Good morning, everyone. So I'm waiting for the cue because believe it or not, this is actually taped. And so welcome, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is so wonderful to see all of you, so many familiar faces and new ones as well. Welcome to our 10th annual, believe it or not, 10th annual Women's Hemispheric Network. I'm Maria Lourdes Teran. I think most of you know me, maybe a few don't. I'm the head of the Council of the Americas office here in Miami. And again, it's really a pleasure to welcome you this morning. Our Women's Hemispheric Network was actually started 13 years ago by our president and CEO, Susan Siegel, together with Michelle Bachelet, who was the former president of Chile, and Margarita Zavala, who was the former First Lady of Mexico. And really the focus of our women's initiative is really to share stories of excellence, resilience, and innovation to really encourage women. I think not only to stay in the workforce, but to really believe in yourselves and know that no matter what age, and I can tell you standing up here, no matter what age, you can achieve both your personal and professional goals. Today, we have an amazing, amazing agenda. I think what I love about this agenda is that it is really truly a diverse group of experts and great stories that hopefully you'll both learn from and be inspired by. But I think the most important thing of today, and I think one of the things that I enjoy the most, is really we want to inspire and ignite a really strong network for each one and every one of you to inspire the workforce of tomorrow and to pave pathways of opportunities for all of you here today. You know, I think we would all agree we're living in very, very different times, shifting times, uncertain times. I'm not sure how many other ways I could say that. But you know, change, as we all know, is can also be an opportunity. So I really encourage all of you to listen to the conversations today. I think they're very, very inspiring, not only for your career growth, but I think your personal growth as well. And I really hope that you leave today having made meaningful, perhaps even lifelong connections. So before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to Greenberg Touareg. Greenberg Touareg has been hosting our women's initiative, I think for Ileana, maybe 8 years, 10 years, at least maybe 8 or 10 years. So thank you, Greenberg. I always say that, and I say that every time I'm here, when I grow up, I want to work in this office. I would be very happy coming to such a beautiful office every day. But more importantly, Greenberg supports our organization globally, and the work that they do in the communities that they serve throughout the United States, here in Florida and in Latin America, is really outstanding. I want to thank our YPA, Young Professional of the Americas. Thanks to them, we have a younger group, or what I call that real next generation, which is extremely important. And last but never least, I want to thank my amazing, amazing team that I see somewhere here: Lorraine, Luciana, Cindy, and Andres and Natalia. So Andres and Natalia are two associates, and believe it or not, it's their birthday today. So we will be singing them happy birthday later on. So you do have the agenda on your seats, and with a QR code that tells you all about the amazing speakers we have. That's because my team is far more techie than I am. But listen, thank you again. We really hope you enjoy today. We hope you connect with a lot of really amazing, amazing women and men. And I want to invite somebody very special to give a welcome as well. Iris Escarra, shareholder, co-chair of the land use practice here at Greenberg Touareg.
Good morning, everyone. Bienvenidos. My name is Iris Escarra. I have the privilege of welcoming you here today on behalf of all my partners, and there's like 3,000 plus of them here, and we welcome. I have participated in this hemispheric convention before, and I find it to be amazing. I find it to provide a lot of energy. So As we're here in our building, I wanted to give you a little bit of background, not only of our firm, but of our city. So the city of Miami was founded by a woman, Julia Tuttle. And as the story goes, she sent Henry Flagler a basket of oranges to come and visit at that time sunny, swampy South Florida and encouraged him to build a train line to come here. So, but for that brilliance of her giving him the basket of oranges and so forth, Miami wouldn't be what Miami is today. But that was innovative, right? And that was Julia Tuttle. So sometimes when you drive over the highway and you wonder why it's called the Tuttle, just think of Julia Tuttle and her basket of oranges enticing Henry Flagler to start his business down here. In addition to that, Greenberg Traurig was founded by 5 partners. I've had the privilege of working here for 20 years. I work in the land use business, so I work in construction. I work in permitting, so I work in government, and I work in a very male-dominated industry, right? And I have the privilege of not ever being in a moment where I ever felt uncertain. And that comes with knowing my practice, right? Because I'm confident in that I know the law, but also understanding that when you walk into a room, to me, it doesn't matter who's around. What matters is the content and the focus of why I'm there. And I think that meetings like this, where you're able to connect with others, it kind of builds that confidence and that collaboration amongst yourselves, that I think that these are necessary, needed, and just inspiring to see you all here, working here and collaborating, the great speeches that you're going to have today from the speakers. So on behalf of Greenberg Traurig, we welcome you. Please feel free, walk around, open the curtains, check out the buildings. I'm happy to tell you all about the different cranes and things that are going on. When you're sitting in traffic, don't hate me. I swear it's just a little bit of a bump in the road. The construction will go away, and then you're going to be able to go and eat at those beautiful restaurants and live in those beautiful condos. So again, welcome. Have a wonderful day, and thank you so much.
Wow. Iris, you need to come back and be a speaker next year. I'm like, wait, I want to hear more. Okay, so we're ready to get started. We're really honored to have today begin really our conversations with a leader with an extraordinary journey, Camilia Ile. Did I say it right? Okay, I've been practicing. No, president of the INCAE Business School. Welcome. Come on up here. So Camille came from Costa Rica, right? You're based in Costa Rica?
Costa Rica, Panama,
Everywhere.
Miami.
Oh, you're a little bit like everybody, like half the room here.
Inca is Latin American.
Yes,
so
no, but I
yes.
know, but but we're
I'm-
very grateful that you flew to Miami to
Yeah.
be here with us today.
It's okay here? Or...
Yeah, no, this is
Yeah?
good.
Okay.
Close and personal. It's always good. And look, we're matching red and blue. So I want to tell you a little bit about Camilia. She was appointed, this is very cool, the first ever woman president of INCAE Business School. INCAE is one of the best business schools in Latin America. She previously served as Dean of Strategy and Institutional Affairs, Dean of Executive Education and Strategic Innovation, Chair of the Leadership Center, and full-time professor at INCAE. She was trained as an engineer, which is amazing, and obtained a doctorate in business administration from the University of Comillas. Is that right, Comillas? Okay, good. She also worked at both two of the best business schools in the world, IE and ESADE Business Schools in Spain. So welcome, Camille. It's amazing to have you. So I think it's always interesting to begin, to start with the beginning, right? You were born in Europe. Growing up during a time when Romania was still under communist rule. And as a young woman, you decide to study science and engineering, which is a field I think few women, I'm sure, entered into, especially where you grew up. So can you tell us a little bit about kind of that experience in the early years? And I think what's interesting is what inspired you to study science, and more importantly, what created that belief in yourself from such an early age that you could do it?
Thank you, Maria. Thank you all for being here to listen a bit of our stories, in this case mine. Yes, I was born in Romania in a communist regime. So we all know that are this kind of regimes when you have some limitations. From very young, I developed some skills that I think that are very useful now. Like, for instance, being prudent before I talk, anticipating risks, thinking before saying something out loud. So it was part of the natural way of being in that time. It's what our parents were teaching us. And well, I discovered that in these times they are really useful. So, you never know where something that seems very difficult becomes a great way to learn and to grow. Also, something that science is telling us today to teach kids is to be bored, to spend time with themselves, to spend time outdoors. As it didn't have too many things to do, we spend time outdoors. We spend time talking. We spend time with family. So these are also, I think, were booster for our creativity, because by being with ourselves and don't having any other distractions, it was a good way to have discipline and to focus on learning. So again, I'm very grateful of the limitation we had when we were young, because it became part of the values as an adult. Then about engineering, it wasn't such a personal merit, because in that time, as the education was the only way to compete, and we know that we human need something to compete. This is the reality. We were competing by studying, and our teaching was just pushing us, boys and girls, to just do the best we can and to compete with each other. So it was just, what are your skills, and go for it. And another interesting thing was, as the communism was planning every 5 years, there were annual plans. We knew in advance where the best jobs would be in 4 or 5 years. So actually, we pick careers and studies that could give us some better jobs. So that's why with my parents, and we decided, let's go for engineering. I know it's difficult. We had to study very tough, but you'll have better options for a better job. So amazingly now, we also do our master's degree at INCAE, thinking of the future of jobs, having the reports about where the future of jobs are to design the career of the present. So engineering was just a natural way for somebody who had skills in mathematics and physics, and boys and girls, we just were pushed to do it.
That's amazing. I'm thinking just about even just what you've mentioned, right? It's two themes. One, which is, challenging times. I mean, you grew up in challenging times, gives you resiliency, which we all know. But I think something interesting as women as well, me having two kids grown up, is that don't be afraid, really try to learn from the challenging times. I know it's really hard when you're in it, but when you look back, often you do learn from that. And I think it's important for our kids as well. Sometimes I see that today kids have so many things that help them achieve their goals, but sometimes it's good for them to fall and kind of learn how to get up, right? And so hearing your story, I think, reminds me of that. So thinking a little bit about, and then as I think about, your early years, and you talked a lot to us about kind of your journey, right, as a professional, and career shifts and taking risks, which I think is something that is very challenging. You have 30 years of work experience in different roles, which I think is really important, and in different regions in Latin America and Europe and the US. And what I also think is interesting about you is you have an interesting perspective in that you have your own journey, but because of what you do, you have extensive research around executive careers and leadership. So I wish I could go back to school, I can tell you that. I would learn so much. So you have your own perspective, but you have that of others. So can you take us a little bit through how your journey through pivotal moments of your life where you had to make these really hard decisions, and what inspired those changes in your life, and advice for making those really hard decisions?
Yeah. Again, I think that having limitation, it turns out to be an engine for a desire to grow, and also curiosity. So
true.
the
Lifelong
farthest
learner.
I could travel before the 89 was to the Berlin Wall. I seen it in like 84. in a study trips. And then there was always the curiosity, what else is there in the world? So as soon as we open to European projects, to international collaboration, I had the opportunity when I was 26, 27, in 97, to travel to Colombia. And it was a turning point for several reasons. First, I discovered that, well, you can spend time just being happy, and this is not bad. Uh, Also, I discovered that Aurita is not always 5 minutes. So
Depending on the country.
it made me, well, see the world in a wider, in a more flexible way. Also, it gave me my husband, even if I discovered him in Puerto Rico in an academic conference. But I have a Colombian family, my political family. And also, I had the first women dean as a leader. And she convinced me that education is not only for one to study, but also it's a great profession. So it was really a turning point for me, personal and professional. That's where I decided that I want to work in education. I started working in universities in Bogota, and then I moved to Spain. So that's its career shift happens for some meeting the right person at the right time.
Well, not only career, but
listening
life shifts. Were
and
you,
life shifts.
how, I can't imagine coming from, a place where you haven't traveled outside certain walls and then all of a sudden being in Colombia. Was it scary? How did you get over that? Or is it just, we have to keep moving forward?
Well, as we used to plan a lot in my family, we did have scenarios, and we had Colombian friends in Bucharest. My parents talked to them, so it was a guided freedom. So they really look into the opportunities for me, and but they were quite controlled. So I think that having scenarios and having the worst case scenario, it's good to have the freedom to take risks.
Yeah, so preparing, right?
Yes.
Preparing, knowing what might happen, I think makes those really big life changes and career changes. And I think, change is good. It's an opportunity. So you told us a little bit about how you got into kind of the education area of your work. And something interesting, which I think is extremely important, which is the reason we're here today, is you mentioned that you landed at INCAE through networking. Tell us about the role that networking has played in your journey and why it's such a powerful tool for career development. But I think what would be also interesting is to understand how did you, get your networking? Was it through family, through work, through volunteering? Because this is something I think about often. I tell my 23-year-old, you have got to not spend the entire time as I have at work. You need to go out and build other networks because you learn from them. So tell us a little bit about the power and what's important, what are the different places where you can find good networks?
Yeah, here it's again something that it's related more to extroverts maybe, and they say, well, for some person it's easier to do networking. I am not a natural socializer. I'm happier with computers and writing reports and analyzing strategies. So I'm not a natural. But what I do like is I like to learn. I volunteered in a lot of committees, association, conferences. When I was in my 30s, I had a lot of energy, so I traveled everywhere I had the opportunity to participate. So this pay off. I learned, and a lot of people, I think that so that I prepare, I'm reliable, I'm consistent. So it's not that type of heroic extrovert networker, but just from consistency, I think, and reliability that I built a lot of friends in the industry. So when not the former, but our two presidents ago at INCAE, when he was looking for a new dean for the executive education at INCAE, actually two colleagues from the industry, one from Mexico and the other from here from Columbia University. They called me when I was in Madrid and they said, well, they are looking for somebody and I think that you would make a great fit with Incae. And this is how, at our family, my husband was a professor at IE, and at that time we had a great discussion for 6 months until we decided that we moved from Spain to Central America, and it was a great decision.
Is this your husband?
Yes.
Oh my God, I did not know that when I met you. Okay, supportive husbands. Love that. Welcome. Thank you. That's really interesting because, like you say, you don't have to have that kind of extroverted, super outgoing personality to build a network, and just how important it is because it can really lead, I think, to your next opportunity, right? And I think you learn from different people. So that's always.
Yeah, you learn from everybody. And now that in the last 5 years as a professor, I dedicated my time to C-suites, to board of directors, to CEOs, to presidents. I challenge them to have young people in the boards, to have, and the most interesting thing that one of the entrepreneurs that was in our programs told me, said, I learned mostly from my nephew Mateo, who is 4 years old. So I said, invite him to your board. Maybe he's going to give you some fresh ideas. So yeah, we learn from everybody all the time. Yeah.
No, I completely agree. So you also mentioned to us, which is, again, something that we love, is that one of the things that you've loved is really focusing on advancing women's leadership. How do you see the current landscape, and what are the key skills and perspectives women need to succeed in today's competitive environment? It's a very challenging time. Sometimes I get a little
Yes.
frustrated that things haven't moved along maybe the way we would like them to, but we'd love to hear your perspective on that.
Well, I can talk until 2 p.m. about women. It's been a lot of years dedicated to women, and I have some different perspectives here, because if we wait to fit in an old model, this is not going to happen soon. So I think that we have to create new spaces, and that comes with an entrepreneurial mindset. I think that it's something that we have to cultivate for us and for the girls that are coming, to create the possibilities for us. Also, every time I'm in a program with women, they are asking me about salary gaps and opportunities and about being seen. And I think that we have to change the paradigm here and say, well, instead of working to be as good as men, the question actually is, which is my competitive advantage that complement the men advantages? It's not about competing with them, but complement them on the table. So with women from very young, we have women programs from 20s, from the 20s to young women of 60 something. And
Young women of 60.
yes. And this is which are your unique capabilities? Where do you add value? What is something that only you can do in a different way? So if we think as we think in the companies, creating a competitive advantage, make blur all the barriers. There are no salary gaps when you have a competitive advantage. There are no frontiers. There are no industries that are not eager to have you. So it's coming back to oneself, looking into oneself, and build consistently and developing skills, capabilities, mindset to create this competitive advantage.
I love what you said, which is let's stop talking about kind of what we've been talking about for the past 20 or 30 years, and let's build a new way to discuss this, right? And I think what you said is so true, is focus on developing yourself, right? It's almost like, how can you be the best version of yourself? And it's true, there is a lot of competition, but I think we can learn from each other. And what is your uniqueness?
Yes, and also preparing not only and what you know to do, but how you communicate it. instead on talking a lot, it's talking from time to time, but may the other be anxious, what are you going to say next? So be very thoughtful about not only what your advantage is, but how you are making yourself the impact. And also that something that it shows up always is the fear. Of course, there are some cultures that are more dominant, is the fear to talk, the fear to show up. And I think that a healthy level of fear, it's good because it's pushing us to think very well what we are going to do, both for men and for women. And also, it could be an engine from growth. And also this kind of imposter syndrome that some of my women students are asking me about. Now, some specialists are saying, again, that a healthy level of imposter syndrome, it's good because it's making us thinking, can we do things better? So don't be afraid of having fear, of having
That's true.
doubts, because in a healthy level, they are engines for growth.
No, you see, I told you she's amazing. She's done a lot of research, but it kind of in that same area of leadership, right? Something that I loved that she said is, Arinkai, I lead a people-driven organization, and it made me think that in today's world of technology and everything moving so quickly, sometimes we forget that we're human beings, and almost everything we do, every business deal we do, we're doing it with a human being most of the time until AI starts making business deals with us. But that's really important. So I think many of the women here are probably in a place in their career where they're beginning or definitely have tasked the important role of building teams. And I think that's extremely informed. So what are the key factors in leading teams to success, being an effective leader? And I have one more question because I'm going to take advantage, as much advantage in the next 20 minutes of you. What should we be looking for in a good leader? Because today, again, we're in challenging times. So,
well, I can start with the second, maybe. I think that consistency and reliability is what our teams are expecting from us. Not moments of, again, being these heroic leaders that Hollywood sometimes show in movies, but just being consistent. People would feel safe if they know what to expect from you. And in relation to teams and high performance teams and the kind of organization we need, clearly science it's showing us that collective intelligence is the way to create competitive organizations. Was saying, I think that Ken Blanchard was saying that none of us is more intelligent than all of us together. Something similar said, I think, Kroc from McDonald's. None of us is as good as all of us together. So it's clear that, and science supports that. So, but you have to be prepared to have difficult conversations, to have constructive conflict, because when there is a diversity of perspective, of diversity of thinking, you want people to think differently and to challenge the status quo, to challenge the ideas. So I think that what we need to develop as leaders is the capacity to let the teams develop and helping them being comfortable, being uncomfortable. So it should be the new way of being in a team. It's not looking the harmony. It's against innovation. So yes, we have to respect each other. We have to develop each other. We have to getting along, but we need conflict to move forward. So that's where I would work with teams, and we are working with in our called transformational journey at INCAE to move from harmony to a good conflict, open discussion, difficult discussions to move the school forward.
I think that's so important. Some people expect everything to always be positive, but sometimes you have to have that kind of tough love, or hey, how do we move forward? How do we innovate? So my way of saying your very elegant way, I say complementary talent, right? It's like that's so important. I don't want a team that they're all good at. That's my team. I love my team. They're so good at everything I'm really bad at. So that's really good. Thank goodness. And then, really thinking about kind of Incae, obviously being one of the top ranked business schools in the region. You're now the president, which is amazing. So you have such an important, not to put any pressure on you, she just started in January as the president. But you have the important role of developing today's generation of business leaders. How can we help maintain and enhance Latin America's global competitiveness? How are you doing it on a day-to-day basis?
Well, first of all, I am in the stereotypes of the studies that show that women are invited to lead when the sector on the industry is really under a big disruption. So I don't have an easy task. But, well, I've been around for 30 years, 12 at Incae. In the first 12 years, both in executive education and strategic innovation, we transform how we view executive education. We develop a portfolio that mirror the needs of the organization, not what we were thinking that we like to teach, but what the organization need. So we align that portfolio. By the end in 2019, we signed an alliance with Emeritus, who is now recognized as one of the biggest edtech in the world, to move the organization to do the academic digitalization of the school in online education. We launched it, it's called the startup Incae Online. And that proved to be quite well, at time, because in 2020 we had to close, and we closed in March, and in April we were ready to go online. So what I would like to do now is again to anticipate what is next and to move the organization to design the present of the organization from the future. So how do we do that? Again, science is something that we rely a lot. We are trying to see where are the trends in the future and start to align portfolios, markets where we are in, and also the academic part. So we have a strategic plan that we just started. As a Dean of Strategy last year, I dedicated myself to listen to all stakeholders. I listen to donors, to students, to graduates. And also I listened to those students that decided not to come at Incae. I asked them, why didn't you come to us? So there were a lot of learnings from that, and this is what shaped our current strategic plan. So first, on the academic level, we already launched in these 3 months with our new top leadership team, new deans, specialization in artificial intelligence and sustainability. We have studies at Incae that are used in more than 60 governments in the world. For instance, the European Union decided some of the social projects working with our senior researcher, Jaime Garcia in Alajuela, who developed the Social Progress Index. It's a global index. In September, we are going to launch the Ibero-American Social Progress Index with a big organization in Casa de Americas. So we are working on our global branding. And it's something that we recommend also to the regional companies. The digitalization and globalization are opportunities, they are not only threats. So we are trying to transform them into opportunities. So we think globally now, in research, in impact, in sustainability. This is in one areas. In the portfolios of programs, beside the artificial intelligence, quantum computing, we have professors that are working on this area. Also algorithmic decision making. So we are bridging science to management, and all our portfolio is changing very, very fast. And we do that in master degree and in all the lifelong learning programs. Then on markets, we also have a new strategy. We are going to grow in Panama. We have an executive education center in Panama, launched last year. And we position ourselves then similar to the geopolitical location of Canal de Panama, Copa Airlines, as the bridge to South America, Central America, and North America. So we are going to have a big focus there on executive education and on Costa Rica, linked to the sustainability brand of the country. We are going to have all the Master of Science, impact centers, and full-time master focus on sustainability. And we'll receive universities and companies from all over the world in Costa Rica to develop sustainability programs. This week, actually, we have a program that is called Anticipatory Leadership. We are partnered with other 4 universities in Turkey, Singapore, Africa, and Europe to develop leaders that link science, diplomacy, civil society, and companies to develop together solution for the society. So we want to break silos in decision making. So this is a line what you will see in CAE a lot in the next years.
Outstanding. I want to go back to school now.
Please, we have programs from 20s to 60s, from high potentials to entrepreneurs and C-suite level. Finally, Miami, it's important for us. We have more than 200 students here, normally students from family businesses, board of directors, women on top leadership. So we hope to be more here in Miami too.
Good, good.
So
we need
yes.
you back. Good, good, good. So
And I can keep going. I stop here.
I am going to open the floor to questions. So start thinking about take advantage, take advantage. Oh, no, not yet. But in 5 minutes. I love that, though. Usually we wait and nobody. This is going to be a good group. This is going to be a good day. I can tell already. So I do want to talk a little bit about what we always hear about, but I just am curious is life-work balance, right? You're a wife. You are a president of a very important organization. You're a mom. You're an aunt. How do you, not how do you, but what would you say are 2 or 3 things they would say, this is something that's really helped me to find or to get closer to a balance?
Well, I'm not that good at balancing life and free time. I don't know yet what is that. I'm learning. I'm learning. What it helps me, and really is not because Guillermo is here, but all the leaders I talk to, and I have a podcast with leaders. I'm learning from them a lot of their capabilities, their vision, and all of them, 100% said it's important to pick the right partner in your life. So I think that I picked the right partner in my life. Guillermo made some decision in his career to support mine. I also did some for him, but I think that he did more for me. And we enjoy a lot of time together, even if we are working, and I'm working a lot. But we enjoy small things, so I don't expect to have a lot of time to enjoy. But listening to music, we have some of the child's gaze still. We love flowers or a bird or a good reading or a good movie. So I think that there are small moments that we can have for ourselves. But I'm still a learning and a learner in how to balance. Please share with me ideas if you know how to do, or with Guillermo. Yeah,
I love that. So only 2 more questions and then we'll open it up. But what has really, really surprised you about your path to success that perhaps you were not expecting? And what did you learn from it?
Well, I learned some valuable lessons that I do think or I try to share as much as I can. When we are young, we were taught all of us that grow is going up. And growing is not always going up. Sometimes it's staying and growing inside. They have an inner look, looking more at what we want. Sometimes growing, it's going horizontally or enlarge your horizons. And don't I learned that I don't have to listen always what it must be done. It's just there is no it must be done. I can have the freedom to just decide that the path is different. So this is what I try to share to everybody, to the kids now, because they are a lot of pressure. And we all feel entitled to give advices to the kids. And sometimes we move them in a path that is not for them. So this is what I learned, that sometimes I just have to go back to be able to move on later. So be patient with yourself, and we are enough. We don't need anybody else to tell that we have to be more.
If I only knew when I was 30 what I know today. Whoa. But it's true. It takes time, but that's really, really good advice. So last question. You have a daughter, right? Or a son?
We have a daughter, 34 years old, and 4 grandkids.
Oh, I
2
love the
girls and 2 boys, 1 year, 4 year, 8 year, and 10 years. The 10-year girl is amazing. I love all my 4 grandkids, but I'm in love with the girl of 10.
Okay.
I have to,
We're not going to show that
we
video
have
to
to
the
tell you
grandkids.
guys that this is the truth.
You're get in trouble. No.
Yeah.
So your 10-year-old granddaughter's here. What advice would you give her?
So
Pretending she's maybe 18.
It's the one that I gave to our daughter. She was pushing herself so hard. We all in our family are in education. Everybody, his grandparent, her grandparents, parents, uncles, everybody. So we discovered that she was pushing herself very hard in the high school, in the university, and we have to stop her and say, your objective with you is yourself and to being happy and to be balanced. So if you are happy and you are balanced, we are happy. You don't have to be outstanding in anything. So this is what I'm telling my grandkids too, because the granddaughter is exactly as our daughter, and we are working with her just to balance very well her expectations and to just don't push themselves too much.
Yeah, I think today's society, right, pushes towards results. And somebody recently told me, you know, it's not about the end result or it's the journey. And I was like, oh, that's right. I'm supposed to enjoy every day also. So not just focus on where we're going. So we are going to open for questions. I'm so excited. I think it's the first time ever that we have like a preset question. Oh, wait, we need microphones. Oh, do we? Yeah, thank you. Oh, there they are. Okay, thank you.
Another one here.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Ely, I want to thank you truly for your insights. First off, thank you truly for being here. I'm Dali Santana Rhoda. I'm a research coordinator at FIU's Jack D. Gordon Institute for Public Policy. And we have a strong partnership with the Department of Defense's U.S. Southern Command. And through that partnership, we were able to create the first ever Women, Peace, and Security program at FIU. We've been able to provide educational opportunities and trainings throughout different Latin American countries for women. But unfortunately, we are seeing that we won't have funding for next year. So my question is, how can we secure funding and ensure the longevity of programs like Women, Peace, and Security throughout the nation?
Well, we are looking for funding too. I think that what we are doing is to switch our views, because we used to think north-south. We have to think trans-Pacific and transatlantic more. There are other smart countries, people eager to think different, to support organizations. So I think switch the view where the funding can come from, and look at the private organizations. They are great innovators. They are making big transformation, and at least in our case, we are trying to think as being part of an ecosystem and to create value for the organizations that are in the same ecosystem with us. And from there, we hope to get more finding. And then collaborating with FIU, we have good friends there. And I think that going together to look for funding, it's also another options. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. That really
Welcome.
does sound like a good plan.
Wow, what a great, amazing young lady. So we as the council also partner with FIU and we do quite a bit of work with Southcom. And we also were heartbroken when we saw because it is a great program, but we have to hope that it will come back and just have to be creative.
Good morning. Great lecture. Thank you so much. Bulgarian. Hello, neighbor. Have also lived through communism. I have a question. My daughter is at college and they don't allow them to utilize AI in their learnings, in their homework. At the same time, at work, I'm encouraged to utilize AI. How do you feel is academia responding to the fast speed today as it relates to integration of AI? And at the same time, our children are not allowed to utilize it in their learning processes at colleges.
This is a great question. In the academia, sometimes we help other change and it costs us a lot to change ourselves. So you do well by pushing her to use AI from home because it's as when big revolution happened, there is no way back. I still remember, I think that Henry Ford was saying that if he would have asked his client what they would need, it was just faster horses. So I think that by stopping children using AI, it's not going to stop them use that. What we are doing is working on ethics code and how to use AI. Also, I was mentioning quickly the algorithmic decision making. We have to be careful to have the diversity of perspective also when we design this kind of technologies to avoid unconscious biases and to be as transparent and ethical as possible. So we have to teach kids to look at diversity of perspective, to check what the work with these emerging technologies is giving them, and to develop a critical thinking so they can judge by themselves. But a good use of artificial intelligence, we're going to increase productivity, is going to let us go some operative, repetitive task and help us being more curious, seeing at each other and talk to us each other more, because we'll have some tools that will do all this back office work. So encourage the kids to do it in a meaningful way. And now if they are still kids, be there for them to see how they use it. And hopefully colleges and teachers will be aware that this is something that we just have to embrace and not fear. We do that. Fortunately, our faculty is very curious, and we are, as an academic team, really immersed in that. So we are waiting for her when she's at the university. Thank you.
Yeah. Questions? Yes.
Hello, my name is Susana Alvarez. I really enjoyed your presentation and your history. I have a comment and a question. Actually, we're training from my company in Puerto Rico with the Ministry of Education, 6,000 teachers on Copilot, and they're using it for the making the different courses and the homework for the kids and everything. So it's really challenging what they're doing. And my question to you is, from your history and with everything that you've been through, What was your biggest struggle and what did you learn from it?
Well, I have several. One of them is patience. I'm not a patient person, so I have to train myself to be patient. And also to um, n- not to control everything, because I am always afraid that something is going to not to be exactly how it should be. Something that I haven't shared. I study biomedical engineer, precision mechanics, and I work the first 3 years in atomic physics. So this trained myself to be very risk adverse. So I look at a lot of scenarios before I made decision. And this sometimes it's very stressful for myself, and I have to be very aware that can create stress of those around me. So these are the two things that I'm still working on them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's always good to know your strengths and also your challenges. Ariel? No, 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 no. Yeah. Oh, here. Yeah. Me too. But she does have a podcast, so she'll tell us the name and where to find it. Turn it on. You got it.
Now,
No,
okay.
perfect. Thank you.
So economic growth and development in the region has been largely spurred by trade in the hemisphere, right? And so I get it. We need to look sideways for more growth. But, you know, with the disruption in trade and trade policies, I'd like to hear your thoughts about how we continue to encourage and empower, particularly female leaders and young female leaders, to consider careers in trade, which is so direly needed. Women in trade is one area that is direly needed to grow. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Oh, thank you. Well, there we need more you. We need FedEx and we need
That's why
other
he's here.
companies to be part of our curricular design. So we need companies to be in the programs, not to come when we finish the programs. And this is something that we would really like to change. So instead of having 4-year careers and by the end of them to send them to internships, or to have a 1-year MBA and by the end of the MBA send people to internship, we'd like from the beginning to have CEO speakers, top executive speakers, companies in the programs, to make them feel in love with the industry. So this is something that all our academic directors have this mandate. They are changing now with the Dean of Programs, the curricular design, at least from our side, because this is how we think that by knowing from the direct source how interesting the industry is, and when there are challenges, there are more opportunities, they have to listen directly from you. So I think that is by a closer partnership that we can make them see this industry that don't look that appealing, to see that there are great opportunities there. So you have an invitation to Inkai. I think you just earned it.
We'll do a Women in Trade brought to you by FedEx and Guy.
But thank you for the question. It's a
Yeah.
great question. It's a great question.
Okay, so we have to close. What is the name of your podcast and where can we listen to it?
It's called Leadership Voices.
Oh, that's
We
good.
have it on Spotify, and what it's interesting there is the guest I have.
Mhm.
One of the lastest, I encourage you to listen to David Price. He's the
Mhm.
incoming CEO from PriceSmart.
Oh, nice.
Then
Okay.
I have interesting podcast with Stanley Mota, with Pedro
Oh, great.
Hebron from Copa Airlines.
Yep.
Laura Chinchilla,
Oh, she's
Isabel de
amazing.
Santos is
We had
there.
invited her to come today.
So
but
I
she
have
could-
a lot. Isabel Tocino, who was the first women minister of environment in Spain,
Nice.
very
Okay.
close partner of Angela
Leadership
Merkel.
Voices.
Leadership voices.
Okay, so
yes.
now you all
So
have the homework over the weekend.
they are life cases to Latin American leaders.
Thank you so much.
Thank
You've been
you.
so inspiring. She'll be with us all day, so please come up and
Yes.
say hi. Thank you.
No, thank you very much for having me.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh. Okay, so I'm so excited about this next panel. I think we can have them start to come up. So our next panel discussion, oh, I think I'm supposed to stand here, right? Or I don't know where I'm supposed to stand, but women advancing and shaping Latin America's policy future. So let's bring up onto the stage Sally NG of NBC Universal, Roberta Braga of the Digital Democracy Institute of the Americas, Jennifer Prescott of Amazon Web Services, and our moderator, Ariel Diaz of FedEx Latin America. Welcome.
Thank you, Maria Lourdes. I have to say, that conversation we just heard was quite remarkable, and I'm glad that it was recorded because I think we should all listen to it again. Very inspiring. Thank you, Dr. Ely. Thank you, Maria Lourdes. So for the first panel discussion today, I've got to tell you, it's quite a pleasure for me to be joining you. For quite some time, we've been promoting within FedEx having our women leaders come to this, and I've done a pretty good job at doing that, but not actually showing up myself. So this is the first time I'm attending the Women's Hemispheric Network event here in Miami. And thank you, Maria Lourdes, for, I think, putting me on a panel to force me to come, which was good. But truly a pleasure, and quite honestly, I am not only honored but humbled to be in the presence of this very impressive slate of women leaders. We have one woman leader in trade, Jennifer over there, and I'm going to try my best. But listen closely, because I think that a lot of what we're going to talk about may have not been talked about in other network events, and that is policy and the rigors of policymaking and our roles in influencing and shaping that policy. So the title of the panel is Women Advancing and Shaping Latin America's Policy Future. And before I introduce my esteemed panelists, I'll share a minute to give you a little bit of insight as to what we're going to be talking about. As you know, in Latin America, our policy landscape is rife with complexity and lots of volatility, with swings in the political pendulum from time to time that too often result in discontinuity, sometimes radical divergence in policy and regulatory initiatives. Shaping policy requires great dexterity, patience, and perseverance. Fortunately, despite the policy challenges, many markets in the region remain very attractive for growth and for investment, including some of the sectors that are represented here, certainly on the panel. The session will feature female leaders and will focus on their work in policy, particularly driving economic transformation for their companies and various stakeholders across the region. Their leadership is shaping equitable and sustainable growth, fostering development and advocacy, and advocating for policies that directly impact businesses and communities across the region. Championing change in key sectors, our colleagues are creating a lasting impact, empowering communities, advancing economic resilience across the region. So let me introduce our esteemed panelists. We have Sally NG, Senior Vice President and Head of Business and Legal Affairs for Telemundo Enterprises and NBC Universal International Networks. Good morning, Sally. Roberta Braga, Founder and Executive Director of the Digital Democracy Institute of the Americas. Good morning, Roberta. Bom dia. And Jennifer Prescott, Director for International Trade and Tax for Latin America Public Policy for Amazon Web Services. Good morning, Jennifer. I wanted to start out to each of you with the question. Of course, each of you brings a unique set of skills and perspectives to policymaking across the region, from tech and media to trade and digital democracy. I'd like to ask you first to introduce your role as a woman in leadership and how you contribute to shaping the region's policy future. And we can start first with Jennifer.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Ariel, for that introduction. And just good morning, everybody. I'm super excited to be on this panel. It's a great group of women, and I'm excited for the conversation this morning. So I have been at Amazon for 5 years. It's actually my Ammiversary this week, marking 5 years, which is exciting and shocking in some ways. Time flies, by the way. And before joining Amazon, I had a long career in the U.S. government. Most of that was working at the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative, negotiating foreign trade agreements. And that was definitely an amazing job as well, which I enjoyed. I think that policy making is an area that women are uniquely positioned to do well in, because it requires being a really good listener. You have to really be able to understand what somebody wants and needs, and what a win looks like for both sides, and know where to compromise and prioritize. And I also think women are amazing problem solvers. And that's another big part of being a good negotiator, being a good policymaker, is being able to solve a problem. And so I think women are really well positioned in policymaking. And I was very fortunate at USTR to be surrounded by a majority of female leaders, actually, at that, sort of senior executive service level to learn from, as well as just lots of amazingly smart female and male colleagues and collaborators. And I feel like Amazon is a very similar environment to that as well. And so it's just been an amazing opportunity for me to lead the Latin America public policy team, and also work on the global trade and tax policy set of issues as well. And the issue set is just, unparalleled, I would say, and growing more interesting and complex by the day. Everything from AI policy and how governments around the world are looking to set guardrails on the development, the deployment of artificial intelligence. Energy policy is also very top of mind for our company, and skilling policies. That's another area that we look very closely at. But the other fascinating thing about Amazon and this role at AWS is, because we're so customer obsessed, the policy areas are also what's important to our customers. So, for example, we have lots of large financial services customers, right? We have Nubank, Inter & Co, that have been built, on AWS. And so we pay a lot of attention to how financial services policy is developed, so that it can enable our customers, right, from startups to large institutions, to really be able to harness technology, be that cloud, be that artificial intelligence. And so there are lots of really interesting policy areas that I didn't think originally, that I would work in, but also obviously cybersecurity and other security policy. So it's such a rich mix of policy areas, which I enjoy a lot, and just the overall mission of bringing more technology to more businesses, more government customers as well, and helping them understand how to really leverage that technology to be able to boost productivity, and to be able to, in the case of governments and public sector customers, right, be able to understand how to use that to better deliver services for their citizens. And so it's just, it's been a really exciting position and role and ride, if you will. And so maybe I'll just stop there.
Thank you, Jennifer. That I sympathize. I think we all can sympathize with that, on particularly having customers, constituents, and communities largely shape or even drive our policy and our policy advocacy, right? I mean, at FedEx, we move 18 million packages a day. Think about how many customers are speaking through us when we speak to government. So, Roberta, I'm coming to you. Speaking of constituencies and communities, same question. Tell us a little bit about how you introduce your role as a woman leader and how you contribute to shaping the region's policy future.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Good morning. It's really good to see so many of you in person. I haven't seen in years. So my background's in public diplomacy, journalism, and global security. And I've had what you'd probably call a non-linear career trajectory. I've worn a lot of different hats. in private sector and think tanks, now at a startup nonprofit. All of the roles that I've had have contributed somewhat to policy, usually in also in an indirect, I guess, way, you could say, often through research that informs policy, through convenings that bring policymakers together, like today's event. I've never had a direct government role that informed policy, unlike Jennifer. So the way that my roles contributed have been very, I think, around the margins. I was at the Atlantic Council for many years. I got to wear a lot of different hats inside the Atlantic Council as well, working trade and foreign direct investment projects, working election integrity projects. Then I moved on to doing something that was unique. I worked at a company called Equis Research. They do polling of Latino voters in the United States. They brought me on to build out a department that would work to counter disinformation impacting our communities. And it was from there that I spun off the organization that I'm currently leading, the Digital Democracy Institute, DDIA. Our mission is to create a stronger internet for Latino communities. And we do that through research, capacity building, and policy. And I would say that one shapes the other, shapes the other. So the research that we do, we are actually trying to measure the impact of online harms on Latino communities in the US, and then bridge build between the experiences both in research and interventions and policy in the US with Latinos and in our region, Latin America. So to give an example of how we've influenced policy, last year, our inaugural year, we ran 3 surveys, each of 3,000 Latino adults in the US. And we wanted to look at 3 things. We wanted to see how much people were seeing and believing different narratives, including false and misleading narratives. We wanted to see how much people trusted different policymakers, stakeholders in elections and democracy, excuse me. And we wanted to measure to what extent regular everyday Latinos in the US were adopting and using AI, and what they thought about the impact of AI on their lives, on the job market, and what they thought about regulating AI. And so the results were really, really interesting. For example, only 15% of our communities in the US were adopting AI in March on a regular basis, mostly ChatGPT back then. That percentage went up to 20 in September. But interestingly, over 66% of people were extremely worried that AI would impact their jobs. And around 68%, if I'm remembering correctly, thought that it was urgent that we regulate AI. So it was something that we shared with policymakers to show them the gaps. We also shared with them the findings on trust and narratives. And because back then, both in 23 and 24, policymakers were really thinking a lot about how they could regulate what we would say is misinformation online, but really like all the issues around it. We shaped how they thought a little bit about what they should and shouldn't focus on. For example, should not focus on regulating content that people say, but behaviors could be actioned against, or holding platforms accountable for certain transparency outputs or moderation standards, especially between English, Spanish, and Portuguese. There's a huge asymmetry. So it's things like that that we've done over the years.
Thank you, Roberta. You know, we had a chance to just briefly chat the other day about a trust index that Edelman publishes every year, which I read. I know you read, many of us here have read that, and how important, you know, perception is, particularly around media, but other sectors as well, including government and private sectors. So turning over to you, Sally, same question. Tell us a little bit about how your role in women in leadership is helping shape the region's policy future.
Well, thank you, Ariel, and so great to see everyone. Thank you to the council for the invitation. I'm a big fan of the council for so many years and this amazing program. So I'm Sally Ng. I have been with NBC Universal for the last 13 years. And before that, I've been very grateful because I've collected a number of best practices from the best major studios around the world, including Fox, and also Viacom, that is now Paramount. Before that, I was in private practice. I'm a lawyer. And I will say that my journey has been very entrepreneurial, to Ms. Dr. Illy earlier. I joined our organization when Comcast bought NBC Universal. And at that moment in time, when it came to our international business, it was pretty segregated and in a way outsourced. So when I came into this role, we essentially saw the opportunity to continue to grow our business internationally and being able to really drive that economic push. So my lens has always been very much of how do we continue to drive the business? How do we continue to create an equitable space to ensure that as a foreign company, we have a fair playing field to continue to grow. And I have been fascinated, especially in the last, I want to say 5 to 7 years with the digital convergence, because I think when I started in media, we had a template. We knew how to make money. It was advertising sales, subscription fees, and it was very linear in nature. And that has changed because of consumer habits and how our end customer now wants to essentially watch content, which is what we do by the very nature of here at NBC Universal. So I have seen from rights have many different definitions. I've seen from a policy perspective whether we as a foreign company can go in and conduct business. Are we allowed to do the same thing that a local market entrant may have? So many trade issues, IP issues in terms of when we talk about IP creation, which is at the heart of our business, being able to tell our stories, tell as a storyteller, whether it's fiction or scripted or unscripted content, being able to share that IP around the world without big rocks, taxation, or lack of IP protection. So many different things from privacy, so consumer protection, because we have shifted our business model to be multi-platform. I want to say that it has been an amazing journey in my career, and I think like from my esteemed colleagues here, we have to continue the conversation because I feel we have a lot of common denominators, but my lens has always been very, very much from how to drive their business, whether by opportunities or how do we look around the challenges with a different lens.
Excellent. Thank you, Sally. I'm gonna stay with you for a bit because I wanna delve further into how is your business and how is your role as a woman leader helping shape, create talent and develop talent, creative talent in the region?
So my role overseeing essentially the whole Pan America's legal and business affairs strategy for the organization, it's really, really shaping the way we conduct business at the end of the day. It's really, really important to have consistency. It's really, really important to understand how the whole cycle of the business works. I believe that, roles that were very, very siloed from, historically, that no longer really works. You truly need to understand how the entire operation, and I instill that in my teams and even in my peers when I speak and also with leadership to ensure the consequential decisions that they are making. So as a woman, I feel that we are excellent communicators most of the time. We read the room really well. Like I say to my kids, I have 2 kids. I have eyes in the back of my head. And I feel that we do provide an edge that I think that we sometimes don't, I want to say sometimes we take it for granted because most men are more linear and about the journey. We talked, Maria Lourdes talked about really enjoying the journey. We really can see what are the series of steps that we need to take to accomplish. And sometimes that's really unconscious or subconscious. And I think we could do that really beautifully.
Thank you, Sally. Roberta, I'm going to turn to you. Speaking of trust, tell us a little bit more and maybe share some examples of how your role and your organization is helping to protect democratic values and build trust in today's evolving digital landscape. Give us some examples.
Some examples. Okay, so one is listening. So I think the most important way that we can approach any trust building is through listening. The way that we're doing listening at DDIA is mainly through polling and surveys and focus groups. And we're about to start a new project called Conversations with Latinos, where we use qual boards and interviews to really dive deeply and to understand what is it, for example, about content online that sticks in people's heads. Why do people go to specific messengers? For example, last year we learned that it's not necessarily while we're passively scrolling on our phones the case that we seek out specific creators, for example, where I know a lot of us get our news and information these days. People don't often remember the names of the people that they like online, but they remember their behavior, and their behavior generates trust. For example, people noted, oh, I really like this newsmaker, this person that tells me what's going on in the world. She does research. And when she shares what she's found with me, she draws things out on a whiteboard and she tells me where she got it from. And that's why I trust her. Or other people have shared values. My brother, for example, really likes chess. He watches chess creators on YouTube talking about chess content. But the chess creators also talk about things that are happening in the world. And he trusts his chess people because he knows they're there for that primarily. And they connect dots that he then reads up on later. So I think the listening piece is really important. We share out these findings with institutions and policymakers so they can really understand where people are coming from. And we share with people findings around, for example, for a while, I think we were talking about countering online harms as an ecosystem, as an industry. We made a lot of assumptions about people. For example, people may, quote unquote, fall for falsehoods online because they don't have a lot of education or because they don't have a lot of access to correct information. And through our research, we found that's not the case. Actually, the three biggest factors that contribute to whether people see and believe falsehoods or misleading content online are usually they have high levels of interest in politics, they consume a lot of partisan news and information in bubbles, and they're already conspiratorial in nature, which means there's a very high distrust of elites and institutions. And so I think we've learned a lot listening to people that we can then share that I think changes how policymakers can approach talking to their own constituencies, not just in election seasons, but also thinking about regulation and legislation and how to keep us safe online.
You know, one thing that came to mind is never underestimate the stickiness of digital communities. I know that from my kids as well, right? I mean, they build bonds digitally as strong as physically, right? Speaking of digital communities and digital infrastructure, Jennifer, to you, what role can digital infrastructure play in building economic resilience in Latin America? And what policy changes do you feel are most needed to support this?
Well, digital infrastructure has really added tremendous, I think, opportunities and economic growth in Latin America, and we're really proud as AWS to be a big part of that. We actually did worked with a third party FTI to do a study on just 6 countries in Latin America last year, and found that that cloud and digital infrastructure had contributed over $195 billion in GDP to the region. And that's just a lot of opportunities for everything, again, from startups that many have become unicorns, and big multinationals, and again, public sector customers, governments as well. And we have been really excited to be one of the first cloud providers to be in Latin America. Our first full-scale region was in Brazil in 2011. And so we've been in Brazil over 10 years. We've invested up to 2023 about $3.8 billion and contributed to 10,000 jobs in Brazil. And just last year, we announced expanding our digital infrastructure in Brazil to better serve customers there with an additional $1.8 billion investment to continue to grow our digital infrastructure there. Earlier this year, we launched our region in Mexico. With President Sheinbaum, which was super exciting. I think our investment has really fit well into her digitalization agenda. That's a $5+ billion investment that will support over 7,000 jobs in Mexico. And then just last week in Chile, we announced that we're going to launch a region there in 2026, and that's a $4+ billion investment. And again, all of this is very much driven by our customers and what they're asking us for. But to your point, Ariel, we look at a lot of different factors, and policy and the policy environment is one of them. And I would just sort of call out like 4 particular policy areas that we're monitoring. And I think also working to educate policymakers on as well, as we're looking to expand investments in digital infrastructure. And the first, as I mentioned before, now is AI policy. Because how those guardrails that governments are putting in place, how they do that, and whether or not it's risk-based, turns out to be very, very important to our customers as well, because it influences how they're going to be able to leverage that technology. So, for example, in Brazil right now, there is an AI bill that has moved through the Senate, is now in the House. We're watching that very, very carefully. A lot of the regional governments have been understandably looking to the European Union, for example, and the AI Act there. I think that's a cautionary tale, because we're still seeing how that policy is playing out, how it's impacting, in particular, startups and smaller companies in Europe. There was a study recently done that said that 40 billion of the 10 billion, that companies are spending is on compliance with that AI Act, which is really a difficult statistic for small and medium-sized companies and startups in particular. So that's a really important area. Energy policy is another super important area because, of course, data centers, the cloud, AI, you need energy to sustain all of that. For Amazon, renewable energy and the sustainability of our energy source is very, very important. We have a commitment to be 100% renewable, and we met that commitment 3 years ahead of schedule just last year. So looking at the energy mix, the availability of clean energy is super important. How governments are investing in grid modernization, very important from here in the US to governments across the region and the globe. Skilling is a super important policy area as well. The World Economic Forum has actually said that the skilling gap in Latin America is the largest of any region around the globe. And so being able to look at governments and how they're thinking about skilling and their willingness to partner with private sector companies as well to fill those skilling gaps. We have a commitment at AWS to provide free cloud services to the original commitment was to 29 million people by 2024, and we exceeded that. We trained 31 million people, and over 2 million of those are in Latin America last year, and we're still working towards those goals and have a lot of really interesting local partnerships that I could talk more about. But the final area of policymaking that we're looking at is how governments themselves are looking at cloud, and do they have cloud first policies, right? Are they looking at how to leverage cloud versus invest millions more in on-premise data centers, right? That then they have to maintain, they have to upkeep. So do they have cloud first policies, cloud procurement policies, ways for them to actually look at how they can leverage cloud? That's another really important area of policymaking.
I thank you, Jennifer. I couldn't help but think as you were laying those 4 areas out as policy priorities that you all are monitoring, how they deeply connect with the policy priorities that governments are looking to implement, right? And are looking to make, right? Policy making many times matches the policy monitoring that the private sector is looking at. And I think one of the skill sets that certainly this group, but I would say most of the women leaders here can bring to that table is connecting those two, conversing and converging on those two, so that policy priorities the private sector is pursuing aren't disconnected or detached from what governments are also pursuing. So thank you for that. I know we've got only a few minutes left, and I do want to leave some space for Q&A. So I'm going to ask you to wrap it up, maybe a minute or two, and starting with Jennifer and working our way down. What advice would you have for young women seeking to influence public policy, whether from inside government, business, or civil society?
Well, so my advice is one, just do it. Policymaking is, I'm pretty passionate about it, and I think it's an amazing area where you can make a tremendous impact. Again, I think women are uniquely positioned in this space, and I would encourage everybody to seriously look at public service as a place to start or even continue your career. Working for a government or a public institution is an amazing opportunity to gather skills and responsibility. You will be, I mean, when I was just a super junior negotiator at the Commerce Department, when I first, started my career, it was amazing the negotiations that I got to work on, chemicals treaties, biotechnology treaties. They enabled me to learn so much and deep dive into some of those issue areas, but also, again, to be a problem solver, to be a good listener. Those are the kinds of skills, like how you deep dive, how you listen, how you learn to find compromises to really complex problems. Those are the skills that will be translatable and be a multiplier to your career, like for the length of your career. Also really good in motherhood, I would say, because there's no better negotiating lesson than having toddlers and now teenagers. And so very, very translatable.
Thank you, Jennifer. Roberta.
So I have so many. And I am in my 30s, so if you all do have advice for me, please give it to me. I really identified with what you said earlier about laying out a lot of different risk scenarios and then overthinking through, what could potentially happen. That's something that I've done a lot in my career. And so my biggest piece of advice is to just do things scared and to just make a decision and go. Like a lot of young women come to me often and they ask, like, well, what if I do something and it's the wrong thing? And what I've learned is, especially because my career has been somewhat nonlinear, is that nothing is forever. And if you make a decision, you'll get experience from that decision. If it's not something you love, you can pivot. And it's actually not going to be the end of your career or the end of the world. The other thing is, I think there are a lot of I don't know, behaviors or things that we're taught when we're young that hold us back a little bit. I read a really great book that I do recommend to all young women now a few years ago by Sally Helgeson. And I wrote this down. Let me see if I remember. It's called How Women Rise. And it lays out 12 different behaviors, I think, that women also usually hold that can hold us back in our careers. And when I read it, I was just highlighting everything in speed. And I talked to friends and they said, oh yeah, me too. I do that too. I do that too. So yes, it's not about making ourselves like the men around us. It is about competitive advantage, absolutely. And there are specific habits I think that we can try to overcome because usually we are just as, if not much more prepared than many people around us. And it's just our minds that keep us from taking leaps or taking risks. So.
Inspiring. Thank you, Roberta. Sally, we'll close with you.
So I would summarize on two things. One, find your passion, because that's going to make your life a lot easier and your job and your journey. And number two, you need to have your cabinet. that is advice someone told me very early on in my career.
What type of cabinet are we talking?
So your cabinet is essentially a group of tools and or people that will help you to succeed and will help you to validate whatever it is that you want to do to ensure that you continue to be on the right path. And don't be afraid to make mistakes, but having that cabinet whenever you have a question, and you have to choose your cabinet very well, could be a small group of people, could be books, could be just a psychologist. It could be so many different things, but just have it very close to you, because sometimes you just need someone or a tool to be able to validate where you want to go. And that has proven to be instrumental and so important in my career, because it's the only way you can ensure that you have a team behind you. And we are all humans. We get things done through people, and having your cabinet is it's an instrumental tool for success and growth.
Wonderful. We may have a few minutes for Q&A, but before we go to Q&A, thank you so much. This has been wonderful. If I had to do it again, I would love to come work for you. Okay. So thank you. Inspirational. Questions?
Hi, everyone. Margalit Edelman. I'm a pharmaceutical and Latin America policy expert. So most recently, I was at Novartis, and we commissioned a lot of research on the workforce in Latin America. One thing we found, for example, was absenteeism due to illness and health concerns, for example, migraine in Mexico. And then on the other side of the coin, we found that, for example, people delayed or deferred or didn't even do basic healthcare preventative measures like mammograms, because particularly women, they either were working or busy with child or parental care and could not take time off to care for their health. So my question for you is, from a policy perspective, what should we be doing both to influence governmental policy to support better health and preventative health care? And at the same time, what can companies or private sector do to make up for that shortfall? Because as we know in Latin America, there's a lot of inequitable health care. And in many cases, you do have to rely on out-of-pocket health expenses or private health expenses to take care of your health.
Margalit, who of us would you like to have
I'm
a
hoping to
response
take
from?
a stab at it. And I mean, there are lots of answers to that really, really good question. But I would say, you know, one area that we've actually seen make a real difference, I think just in the US and to even me personally, but I think across the region is, you know, the one development as a result of COVID was that more governments enabled more digitalization of healthcare services. So like the ability not to have to go all the way to a doctor's office, right? And make it, you know, maybe that's across town, which in Miami can be an hour, you know, but maybe it's a really long distance in rural communities. And so, you know, having the ability to be able to get medical attention through like an online, you know, call has really, I think, enabled more access to healthcare. It's not perfect because unfortunately not everyone has a cell phone or you know, a computer where they have that type of connectivity. But I think that it was an advance that helped, in particular, I think busy women and mothers, right, who otherwise would have had to like take that additional time.
Can I just add something from a very different perspective? So something that we do on is online monitoring. We monitor narratives in English and Spanish that go viral. And we also monitor public WhatsApp groups. But something that we did recently, we studied cancer misinformation online in English and Spanish. And because the internet is borderless, there was some in the US and some in Latin America. And what we found was that there are quite a lot of misinformative narratives out there about cancer and other health issues that we just don't clock. And it really runs a gamut from, you know, preventative measures to cures to causes. Things like, you know, if you starve yourself, your body will eat your cancer cells. Or, you know, drinking warm water can help. or injecting spider poison. And usually what we find is that some study or another or some actual grain of truth was related to what is being said and got kind of like decontextualized and went around. And so one of the things I think is I feel like medical and pharmaceutical and other care providing institutions tend to be very far away from people. People don't get a chance to spend a lot of time with their doctors. They spend like 20 minutes at most. My mom is going through something right now in rural Wisconsin. She has to drive 3 hours to see a cardiologist because there's only ever a traveling cardiologist that goes through the city where we live. So I think there's also something to be done about bringing healthcare providers closer to the everyday person, whether that's investing in local health clinics or what have you, or more outreach. Oftentimes the information that's available for people is very academic in nature. It's really hard to process. My mom has had to spend like hours and hours reading through articles and things. She uses ChatGPT to help her sometimes, but it's not so helpful. So yeah, I think something along the lines of just making sure that the providers themselves, the experts, the information is more readily available and accessible to people.
Hi there, Kate Clemmy, Southern Pulse. Brief question. There's been notable changes in the DEI policy landscape. What is the impact of that for women in business in Latin America, and what can those of us in this room do to counteract some of the negative externalities?
That's a great question. Who would like to tackle that one?
I'll start. I think that diversity perhaps has a new definition, but many of us are now simply just saying it's all about inclusion. And what can we do to ensure that that inclusion continues and starts with us when we're hiring, when we're making decisions. But I think it's important to continue an open viewpoint. It's I think it's really, really important to understand where individuals add value, because from my perspective, it's all about inclusion.
So I'll add a really real perspective to this. I mentioned we're a startup, we're 2 years old-ish, almost. A lot of the funders that work in our space have begun sunsetting specific areas of work. DEI, democracy, gender, information integrity. So this is something that we're feeling strongly right now. I think there is an important aspect of kind of reframing the services that you provide to connect it to what it is that people are prioritizing right now, but that does only go so far. So I don't know that I have like a real answer for you. It's something that I'm going through right now. Diversifying the partnerships, the funders that you go after, thinking kind of outside the box about monetizing certain products, making new partnerships. A lot of funders come to us and they say, well, we'll consider this if you literally integrate your 2 companies together, your like NGOs together. That's a huge decision people are making. So I don't know, it's a tough environment right now, but those are some thoughts. I may be coming to some of you in a few months asking for new opportunities, but we'll see. We're really trying to be creative about it.
Being a female in the policymaking space, but I was wondering if you have a point of view on how useful is it to integrate a gender perspective into policymaking, right? Like in terms of trade, AI, content, technology, environment. Is there a role or a use into thinking of gender issues when designing and implementing policy? And if so, how do you do it?
Were we going to take 2 questions together, Maria Lourdes? Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alexandra Martinez. I work for Perspectiva Public Affairs. I've been working in public affairs and policy for a long time now. I think my question is similar to the one that was just asked into the first question, in the sense of coming from the private sector. Oftentimes, the clients that we work with and in consulting work, we become somewhat experts in policy and the policies that we're trying to advance and to advocate for. So my question is similar to the first and the last, where how can we, from both the private sector and the business perspective and the business strategies that are developed, how can we include this gender equity strategies and policy making in what we bring to governments and what we advocate for? So how can we kind of include that vision in the public affairs strategies that we develop internally?
I have thoughts, but again, I'm not the policymaker in the room. From the listening piece, something that we've learned is that women often face different challenges, whether that's on engaging with information online because they get attacked in specific ways, or whether it's healthcare. I, at this very moment, would say the way to do it would be to integrate those unique challenges into the core of the policy itself, not necessarily branding it as gender-specific policy priorities. I don't think that'll get us very far in this year. But regardless, I feel like it should be at the root of the policy itself. And you can just talk about how it impacts different communities. We don't even necessarily have to shout from the rooftops that it impacts women differently. So that's just my 2 cents from a non-policy making perspective.
Yeah, and I would just say that I think it all comes back to problem solving. Like what are the like if there are particular problems to be solved for a particular gender, like what are those and how do you dig deep to understand what the problem is that you're trying to solve? You know, to your point, not necessarily, you know, branding it, you know, any particular thing, but rather just, again, think about and Roberta, I think, you know, what you're doing, it sounds like is an amazing service of bringing data to help policymakers be able to solve that problem. And I think that's what we also try to do at Amazon is to help educate policymakers in these, especially these really new areas like artificial intelligence or quantum computing, like being able to bring that data to help them then problem solve is a super important contribution.
I would just add, I love what you just said, Jennifer, and I would add that don't always assume governments actually know what the root problem is, right? Sometimes it is incumbent on us to figure that out, to do that work for them, tell them what we think it really is, and then connect data with our own policy priorities to the end goal, right? How does that contribute to the end goal? But big lesson learned, do not assume governments know what the real problem is.
We have so many conversations, I can't tell you, with policymakers where they say, you know, we're doing this, we have this bill. Okay, what's the problem that you're trying to solve? And oftentimes they do struggle a bit to pinpoint that exact problem. But once you understand it, then you can work backwards.
I think it's been a lesson learned for me in DC. Like governments are run by humans. Humans have specific psychological tendencies. And just like all of us, I feel like people, when they start to panic, they move on vibes or they move on what they've been hearing. And because they're so busy, especially Congress members and congressional staffers, they just don't have the time to be doing the deep learning. And so it really is up to us to kind of change the narrative on what they need to focus on.
Excellent. Thank you again so much. Thank you to the audience for the great questions.
Hey, we are a coffee break. So we will see you back here in 15 minutes. Thank you. Another amazing panel. So I want to introduce our next panel. Horace has been a great partner of the Council of the Americas for, I don't want to say how many years, but many years, 15 at least. Horace has a great background in very, very, very senior and regional HR. So he is quite a guru in that. So Horace, thank you for agreeing to moderate this amazing panel. And we have Patricia Prospero. Patricia, welcome, another amazing leader in HR. She works at Diageo. Renata Vasconcelos. Renata of Relics. Renata, nice to meet you. You also came from, not in Miami, right? DC, you see, we attract people from all over. And Alina Hernandez, actually talk about Alina, you're coming from Mexico, right? Okay, so Alina of Killanova, thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Lourdes and Council of the Americas for having me here. Actually, yes, I've been involved for many years, and this is actually something that is very relevant, very important for me. Within the HR world, you know, we always talk about creating opportunities, developing talent, and I began to be a very strong advocate of having women uh, 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 in the workforce as a matter of conviction, not as a matter of policy. And a little story, a little bit over 25 years ago, and to help with the math, yes, I started when I was 8 years old, okay? So around 25 years ago, I was working for an oil field services company. And at that time, the company had a strategy. It was a business strategy to hire female engineers, 1,500 female engineers around the world, and 25% of them at least had to be female. Uh, we were very successful. We were very successful. It was a great experience. But it was not just about the 25%. It was not just about having female engineers. It was also the company providing the support, the tools to make them successful. Actually, even talking to the customers and saying, we're going to have a female engineer over here coming on Monday. So better watch out, right? Because she is a very smart person. She's coming here because she is going to add a lot of value to your business, not because of other reasons. And sometimes there were even clauses in contracts to ensure that there were, you know, there was respect and there was a proper business decor in the relationships. So I learned at that time how impactful and valuable it was to have, you know, women in the workforce. And I also said, well, if this works in the oil business, right, that usually, well, the oil wells, the gas reservoirs, they're not in Miami, London, Paris, Rio de Janeiro. You know, they are in other places that are not so, I would say, Club Med type. And it worked very well, and they were very successful, right? So I learned that at a very early stage, and this is linked back to one of the comments about, you know, the current situation about changing policies, you know, DEI, et cetera. I think this is a matter of business strategy. I think this is a matter of creating opportunities. It's more than a policy. It's more than a philosophy or a quota. It's really understanding how women and how having diverse teams in general adds a lot of value to businesses and to communities. Okay, so I'm not going to continue, right? But actually going to now give the floor to these fantastic professionals. I mean, amazing. I've known Patricia for some years, but you know, I managed to learn a little bit. Some years, yes, yes. I think you were 6, and when I was 8, yes, and learned a lot about them. Fantastic professionals. You're going to learn many things about their personal stories, their development, their trajectories, how they overcame some obstacles in their professional lives, how they managed to balance their personal life and professional life and being successful in both. And so it's very inspirational for anyone who is probably starting a career, who is actually thinking about making a move, maybe making a move out of the area of comfort as well. So without further ado, I want to introduce here Alina Hernandez, Senior Director of Corporate Affairs, Villanova, Latin America. Patricia Prospero, Vice President of Human Resources for Latin America and Caribbean at Diageo. and Renata Vasconcelos, Head of Latin America Government Affairs at RELX. So the first question really is going to be to the same question for the three of you. So I would like to probably first start with a little bit about your roles, what you do and what is a little bit one day in your life. So I'll start with you, Alina.
Thank you, and thank you for having us. And may I just start by saying that I'm so inspired by the last couple of panels, and I just love my work after hearing them because like they inspire me to get excited about my work. So it's been a great morning so far. So I lead corporate affairs for Calanova, Kellogg's. You probably have our brands in your kitchens, in your homes. I lead the corporate affairs practice. That means that I'm in charge of communications, sustainability, philanthropy, and government relations for 33 markets in the region. I lead a team of 13 professionals, 12 of them women. So I can attest to the power of sorority, of talent, of professionalism, of skills, and of just bringing your whole self to work and having an impact in your work. I've been with Kellogg's for less than a year, 8 months, but I've been in the food and beverages industry for almost a decade. And before that, I was a public servant and a lobbyist and a consultant. So thank you for having me.
Hello. Thank you very much, Horace. Thank you, Lourdes, for the invitation again. It's always an amazing pleasure to be here with you and with you all. Well, I work for Diageo. Diageo is a multinational company, a beverage company. We lead premium spirits brands, so Johnny Walker in the Scotch category, or Tanqueray, gin, tequila, Don Julio. So we do have like more than 200 brands across the world, and it's interesting. I was just listening to the previous panel, thinking about the policies and everything, and we feel it, honestly. So I have been with Diageo for almost 3 years now. Before Diageo, I was with financial services, many years with American Express. Then I went to Zurich. I was with Pharma, Baxter for a while, and my last job prior to Diageo was VP for Americas for Cisco Technologies. And so the whole digital piece also, it's very interesting in my life. In Diageo, we have been really promoting the whole thing around human development, women development. We were talking about inclusion in the previous panel, and I'm very proud to work for Diageo because at Diageo we have 50-50 representation between women and men in most of every single, like in most of the levels there. And it's like a truly interesting to see that because in the previous industries that I have worked for, I have never seen that. It's usually like 80-20. So when I think about this 50-50, it means a lot, like it's a lot of effort behind that. So that's pretty much a little bit about myself.
Hello, can you hear me? I'm very excited to be here today. Thank the Council of the America for the invitation. Actually, RELX has been here in another edition of the same conference before. We hope to have a permanent seat. And I should explain a little bit what RELX is. It's a British group of companies, and you probably know us more because we own LexisNexis and Elsevier, which is the largest scientific publisher in the world. I joined RELX just a year ago, went by really fast. And before that, I was with the US Chamber of Commerce based in Washington, DC for more than a decade. So government affairs, I'm covering government affairs for the whole Latin America, focusing more on the big countries in Latin America, Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, Argentina. It's a great ride. I'll talk to you more about that throughout the panelists. Thank you again for inviting me.
Perfect. And Renata, well, we can probably start with you because one of the things that we discussed in our previous meetings was about how you actually transition across different industries. from law to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce to corporate government affairs. So with all those changes, what advice would you give to women looking to actually reinvent themselves?
Okay, I think this is going to get a little personal, but that's fine. I accepted the challenge, so I'm here for it. Well, I'm from Brazil originally. I've been in the US for several decades, 35 years, I think. And I went to law school in Brazil. And right out of law school, fresh out of law school, I came to the US to do a master's degree. And as it happens with many of us, I met a person here and we decided to stay. And I remember saying to my husband, wow, why did I pick law? It's not a transferable career because you learn the law of a specific country. So what am I going to do here? I always wanted to be a professional. I did not want to be a full-time mom. I have no problems with people that do that, but so, it's been a wild ride for me. I did start at a law firm, and here's my first piece of advice. Do the hardest things early. I studied really, really hard to pass the bar as a foreign attorney. And I did while I was married, but no kids. And I don't regret that decision. So throughout my career, I changed courses twice. I think my generation and growing up in Brazil with very high unemployment rate, we stick to our jobs for a long time. That's not the case anymore, I think. I feel like of this generation. And I actually encourage that. I think you gain a lot when you change courses. I did for two main reasons throughout my professional life. First, I was at a law firm, very, very, very long hours. And I had two kids, two small kids, and I figured that I needed more time with my kids and my family. So I accepted a pay cut and I moved from a law firm to an association work, the US Chamber of Commerce. I had no regrets. For me, it worked out really well. And also throughout my career, I always wanted to work with Brazil, something related to Brazil, my home country. And I thought that at the chamber, I was working with the Brazil Council within the chamber, I would be very close to Brazil issues. That was my first reason for changing courses. The second, and I stayed with the chamber for more than a decade, and I never liked the idea of being too comfortable. I was too comfortable. It was time for me to pivot to something else. And I always also thought that I should do throughout my life the law firm work, association work, and then corporate in-house. And that was missing. And I'm like, time is running out. I need to do this. And I moved to Relics, and I have no regrets. It gave me such a boost of energy after being at the chamber for 13 years. It was a great ride, a great school for me. But it was time, and what advice can I give a person that is trying to change courses? I think you need to analyze the situation. Of course, I had a solid job at the US Chamber. Everybody knew me. But you need to analyze what are the risks, what are the opportunities. Um, I, I think that, of course, when you move, you have to be committed to learning new things, dealing with new people, taking more risks. And I was committed to that. I think also a conversation with your partner, with your family about what entails. We talked about, well, you're probably going to have to travel more. Yes. So it's all common sense. I do like the idea of diversifying and learning more. I think that gave me a huge boost of energy. Even my husband says, oh my God, you're so different now. Being at the same place for many, many years, it's human nature. You get a bit comfortable. And, when you change environment, you change your colleagues, it just gives you a huge boost of energy. And I like that. And I'm enjoying my first year at Relics. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Patricia. So companies in general have been making great strides in terms of advancing, women in leadership in the workplace. Uh, what what practices, what strategies have you seen that have been working, and actually, where do we stand today, right, in terms of that?
It's a great question, and it's not an easy one to answer. And I'm going to tell you why, because it's really related to the purpose of the company that you are working for. I think that when we are talking about human development and you really want to see like more and more women in leadership positions, all the senior leadership team need to be very committed to this, and we need to be intentional about the programs that we put in place. So at Diageo, for example, when I think about this 50-50 that I was mentioning to you, we do have specific leadership programs development for women at different levels. So we have for women, they're managers now preparing for directors, and we do have for the ones that are at the supervisory level preparing for the middle management piece, right? And I was listening to Dr. Eli, and I was thinking a lot about this customization, right? The partnership that we have with universities across Latin America, developing and really making sure that this is something that is going to be meaningful for these women. What is different, I think, and I was listening to Roberta when she was talking about the book that you read, right? And these thoughts that hold us back sometimes. I think that bringing this to awareness is very important because it's true, these thoughts exist. So in Diageo, for example, we have one of our biggest employee networking groups sponsored by us leaders is the women network teams, right? The ERGs that we have. And in these forums, we do discuss this type of thoughts, behaviors that sometimes we don't even know, but may hold us back of growing in the career. More than that, I think that when we assign someone, a woman that has potential to be in one of these programs, you can have this anywhere and nothing happens. But if you were very intentional, as I was mentioning, what does it mean? That once the person goes to that program, this does not become an isolated event. After the person is there, then with the leadership team, we are going to be creating a get ready plan where that woman understands the opportunities for development. She has not only a mentor, but a sponsor. And then we follow through her career to make sure that we are preparing her to the next level. So we make it work. It's like an assertive decision that we are doing at that moment, you know? And then you start seeing you moving the needle in terms of the numbers. But it's a commitment that has to be across the board, you know, and then we all have a role in making this happen.
So, that is, it's a great perspective, to see actually that professional transition that Renata shared with us about implementing strategies. Interesting also to see that, yes, I think that overall we have seen an improvement globally. For example, last year, I think that we recorded in the record of female CEOs in Fortune 500 companies, there were actually 53. So yes, a very good number. Actually, that's 10% of the Fortune 500 companies, right? And when you talk about heads of state or heads of government, we're talking about around 28 combined out of 200 countries, right? So again, the numbers are showing progress, but I think there's still work to do. And now getting to you, Alina, something that we had discussed previously, we talked about mentors, we talked about mentees, the impact. I know Gabriela is an expert in that field. So what is that, what's your dual perspective, right? On both, on mentor and mentees, and how do you see it adding value within that leadership support framework, especially considering your role in the Women of Kellanova and Expansion magazine?
Yeah, so I was thinking about collective thinking, right? That was mentioned in one of the previous panels, and how none of us is more intelligent than all of us. And I think that's also the case when thinking about your career, because careers paths are not the result of a hero, no, of one person that's a genius and that achieves everything and it's the best. It's just really the result of collective efforts, of having sponsors that speak for you when you're not there, of having colleagues that share their knowledge, that amplify your voice, of having again mentors that put a mirror to yourself and say, like, this is what you're doing right and this is what you're doing wrong. I think mentors and being mentors and being mentees is part of that collective effort of growing. Every single career is a result of a collective effort. So for me, I am both a mentee and a mentor. I've had peer mentors and I've been a mentor of my peers, and that in itself is a great process, again, of thinking together, finding common experiences and common challenges, and then creative solutions to those common problems, but also thinking that mentorships is really a hack to the system. Because as you've said, women are not still like represented equally in decision-making tables or in decision-making forums. So if you have a mentor that sits there, it's a way of you having a voice there. So it really is a hack to the system. No, if you develop those relationships with someone that admires you and that you admire, but that has a voice and that has decision-making process and that can influence your career, is really a way to again have a voice there. And it's I think there are two goals of being in this parts of this type of programs or processes. Is one is achieving clarity, and two, achieving visibility. Clarity about yourself and what your strengths are, and getting hard, not hard, but candid feedback from someone that is not your boss, because your boss will always have an agenda, really. It's for you to make your current work right. But that's not what you need when you're thinking about expanding your scope, having a new responsibility, even changing careers. So you need a third person to see you for who you are, what you're lacking, what you're doing great, and to give you that candid feedback. And in terms of visibility, again, having someone speak for you when you're not there. So it's critical. And for me, having a mentor at this stage in my career, where I think that I'm kind of have a mature set of hard skills, what I need is someone that helps me develop the soft skills that I need to become an even more influential leader within my organization. So at any stage of our careers, it's critical to have someone that admires your work, that will vouch for you, and that puts piel en la mesa, no, for you, no.
And to follow up with that, what role do you think female leaders play in supporting other women?
Well, some female leaders, because it's important to say that it should be a decision and it's a calling and it's a vocation. Not every female leader works for other females. And I've had managers that, like, in both sides of the spectrum, look, female leaders that are in leadership positionings that really just work for themselves, and that you see that. And I've had female leaders that really raise the bar, and that it's transformed into data. Like, my previous manager was the CEO for a global company, and after she took on the role for LATAM, her exco became 50-50, while before that it was 20% of women. So in like 3 years or 4, there was a complete turnover, and it's just backed up. She backed up her decisions. um, she backed up her speech with her decisions, right? It's not about just getting there, but then making the decision and everyday actions to vouch for others and lift others up. So keep that in mind. It's not just female leaders that work for other women just because they're there. No, you have to make that decision every single day.
Thank you. Patricia, so despite all these efforts and the tools and the programs, it seems that there are still, again, showing the statistics show that there are a lot of women that are still stuck within middle management positions. Um, so what advice would you give to these women, in terms of actually breakthrough?
I would start by saying that this is a two-way journey. This is not the women responsibility or the company responsibility. It's a joint effort. And I think that when I look back and when I compare to today's world, I think that the word is insane, right? I think that the complexity that is within the corporate world and the responsibility that our leaders have, like it's becoming more and more complicated in a way. So I would start by saying that it's very important for the leaders to create this psychological safety and this common ground that will allow these women to express. I think that this is what really moves the needle moving forward. But when I think about the women perspective, I would focus on three things, to be honest. One is to be you, be authentic, be real. Don't try to compare you to the guys that are around, just be you, be curious about it, express your desires, ask your questions. The other one I will be repeating here, but it's very important to me because I truly believe that this makes a difference. And when we see women doing that intentionally and genuinely as well in the work environment, it does create benefits. One is like build your master alliance, your networking within the company. Make sure that not only your sponsors or mentors, but talk to other executives, men and women, learn from them, position yourself differently, understand what this executive presence means, be confident. I think that this alliance can really help you to get there. Why? Because each one of us have our own toolbox, right? Someone mentioned about toolbox here. Sometimes I have more tools than you, but sometimes you with less tools has been more successful than I am. And why is that? Because you are understanding how to take advantage of the tools that you have. If we are not aware about this, you may try, and get stuck. When you have this powerful alliance in place and you start connecting, sharing your inspirations, sharing about your aspirations as well, right? And get insight about what you can do differently. This is when the magic begins, This is when you can start seeing what you need to do differently. This is when you become aware about some of the gaps that you have. This is when you start getting powerful feedback. And I always say that feedback is a gift, is a gift. Is when you start seeing yourself in a different way that can really help you to continue moving in your career. So be curious about it. Ask questions, ask for feedback, and try to understand why you're getting stuck. Something is in there, probably. Thank you.
Thank you. Renata, so something also that is applicable to Patricia and Alina is actually that breadth of experience, across different industries, different companies. How has that helped you, be successful in terms of leading and actually to put you where you are today?
Well, I think the areas that my expertise lie in are legal, public affairs, and corporate affairs, and they're all interconnected, right? I think, I always talk to my colleagues that do government affairs. There are two buckets of government affairs professionals: the ones that are lawyers and the non-lawyers. And the lawyers have a totally different mind. And I like a diverse team of government affairs with lawyers and non-lawyers. We're more rigid, more cautious. Deadlines are super important to us. We are the police uh, people, right? We say, stop. No, we can't do that. So with my government affairs role, I use my legal skills on a daily basis, totally. And my corporate affairs, what skills, I have to give credit to the US Chamber of Commerce, where I stayed for 13 years, and where I was exposed to so many different executives and companies. And I learned the nuances, not only of companies that work in different ways, but also governments, right? I learned the different corporate cultures and government cultures. And I think that's very important. It's important, and more, I see that global companies recognize the value of cross-cultural competence, skills. That's a unique skill that you bring. So I have to say it's a time and commitment throughout many years, being exposed to different roles. That has helped me lead my teams. And my colleagues talked about that a lot. Mentorship. I want to offer a different perspective on mentorship. Of the 3 places I worked, only one had a structured program for mentorship. I actually like the non-structured path for mentorship. I think when you start a job, a couple of months into the job, you will identify individuals that are competent, that share same values as you, and that you trust. And you come to them and you say, you know, can we develop like this relationship where we talk frequently? It's not structured. I've been to mentorship programs where, okay, next month on the 5th of June, you have a meeting with your mentor. That is very valuable too, but I like the instructor. Let's go out for lunch. Let's talk about this. I've been with Relics for a year, and I have already identified a few people that I consider my informal mentors. And throughout my career, I value the contributions that I receive for my informal and formal mentors. So I don't think it's an embarrassment to approach someone and say, listen, I really think you are very competent. You've been with the company for many years. Can I count on you for advice? And a lot of times, you know, I've been in that situation where people come to me for that. It's actually very nice to hear that from your colleagues. So I encourage young professionals to reach out to people that they trust and just ask, just say, listen, can we, you know, talk frequently about my role and how I'm growing, and can I count on you for advice? I think that's very okay to do, and I encourage young professionals to do that.
That's great. And a little bit of a follow-up question, and probably mainly for you and Patricia. Carolina, feel free to chime in, but you'll see why I say this. Because we talked about, you know, the different opportunities, how actually that breadth of knowledge and working different industries has actually helped. But also, I think that you both, and actually many women here in this room, have also faced other type of challenges, which is actually, in your case, being immigrants to the United States, right? And actually being successful, right, as immigrants as well. So how has that probably impacted or influenced in your professional, personal lives? And what advice would you give, you know, to other women that are in the same or similar situation?
I think we all agree that women professionals are judged at a higher threshold than others. We have to prove more. We have to work harder, most of the cases. I think a women professional and immigrant, that bar is even higher, right? We have so many doubts about, I mean, we are outside our home. We are in a different environment. We doubt ourselves all the time. I do it to this day. I try not to, but I can't avoid that. I remember, you know, talking to my husband when I was starting my career. What about my fluency in English? What about my accent? Right? What about my body language? You know, at the chamber, for example, we had like non-harassment treatment training, And there were like red flags. If you touch a person, it's a red, I mean, not for Latin Americans, right? Right? It's actually very normal, right? It's not a red flag, it's a green flag, right? So many doubts, right? But it's an uphill battle. But if you're up to it, to the challenge, you just have to trust yourself, because we bring a lot that others don't. We bring the, as I said, the cross-cultural competence and skills. If you're an immigrant, you know at least two cultures, your own and the one you are in right now. So, and language skills, we bring that too most of the times, right? So, and I see the companies really recognize the value of that, the nuanced thinking, right? The emotional intelligence, because you live in a place that is not your native country. It's a challenge, but it's worth taking, I think. For me, it was.
It's an interesting question because it does not stop only as an immigrant in the US. It is very much related also when you have like a senior leadership role at a global company, and sometimes the headquarters is not in the US. It's also different, right? So I agree with everything that you have said. I think that is super challenging, but I think that we need to be very much confident about the things that we bring into the table, because we bring a lot. I'm telling you, you know, like, so when we start like just complementing and understanding and learning, and I think that this is the beauty of these differences, right? In my 34 years of career, most of my career was dedicated to American companies. It was much easier because when I thought that I was mastering, then I'm here at Diageo, where the headquarters is in London, right? And it's totally different. In addition to leading Latin America, I am also part of the HR leadership team globally. So I represent the region in the global HR team. And it's very challenging. It's very challenging because it's not even compared to the way that we do business in the US, you know? So just being there, having a voice. So I think that the main challenge here, or to me, was having this voice, you know? And I remember when I had my opportunity at Cisco, like leading the Americas, that was always my dream professionally. Having this voice as a Latin woman in the US, to me, was difficult, powerful, not that much fun, to be honest, because I didn't enjoy very much. So I think there is a little bit about of that, you know. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Actually, we're run out of time, and we need to. We don't have time. Do we have time for questions or no? Okay. So, but we're gonna stay around in case you have any more questions. So again, I want to thank you very much, Renata, Lina, Patricia.
I've made them sign pieces of paper that are going to be here because thank you so much. The wealth of information and experience between all four of you. So we will keep you, we promise. And they will be here, I hope, for lunch. We're going into our final two sessions of the day. So we are waiting. Take a picture. No, please. No, no. Okay. Oh, hello. Sorry. Okay. The video people are going to kill me. Come on in, come on in. So the next, so I said we're going into our final two sessions, and we are. Do you want to show them? Go ahead, come on in, come on in. So our next, we're very excited about this next conversation. It's called Breaking Barriers, a Journey to the Federal Bench. I am very pleased to introduce the Honorable Judge Jacqueline Becerra from the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Florida. Hopefully I got that right. Good. And Becerra. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Judge, for joining us. She was texting us. She was dealing with an issue And I know how difficult it is for you to come out here. So thank you so much. He's a very good friend of Greenberg Torrig, I know. And so we're very excited to have you. And the conversation will be moderated by Bridget Check-Samoli, shareholder at Greenberg. Thank you so much for joining us.
I'm pretty loud and
we're
the
pretty
judge, neither of us are shy, but that's okay. So, well, good morning, everyone, and thank you all so much for joining us. I am thrilled to be speaking today with Judge Becerra, who I've been fortunate to not only know for a very long time, but to have previously practiced with. So welcome back to Greenberg, Judge.
Good to be back. I was here for, the comment is, the introduction mentioned that I was a friend of the firm's. I was a partner here for 15 years. I don't know that they think of me as a friend anymore, but because I left and now you all appear in front of me on cases, so it's a whole different thing. But I was here for 15 years.
We will always consider the judge a friend of the firm, and we're always grateful when she returns. So, well, thank you so much. We are all very excited to hear from you about your journey to the federal bench. Like any good journey, we have to start at the beginning. So you are a South Florida native. You grew up in Hialeah. It's something that you regularly talk about, and so I wanted to start there. Can you give us a little bit of background about, your beginnings growing up in Hialeah, your family? I know you're very close with your sisters and with your parents. So.
So it does start in Hialeah. And in fact, I have a map of Hialeah that's right in the entrance of my chambers. So you can't miss it when you walk in, and I talk about it quite a bit because I think it is important to represent my community. It's part of what I do on the bench. And I do talk about it quite a bit. So my parents are Cuban immigrants, like a lot of folks in the Miami area. My parents came after the Cuban Revolution. They would never have met in Cuba. They were very different. My dad was, I think when you think of Cuban immigrants from that time frame, my father was from like an upper middle class family, well educated. He was young. He was only 19. My mother was from a very small village. Like she remembers getting electricity. My grandparents are first cousins. Need I say more, right? So it's a very different kind of upbringing, right? But they were both, the communist revolution leveled their socioeconomic status flat. And so they met here. My father was a butcher at the Fontainebleau Hilton. My mother was doing a million odd jobs, and her cousin worked at the hotel and introduced them. And that was the end of that. So my dad actually had a brief stint in the US Army. That's a story for another day. But thanks to the GI Bill, they were able to buy a little house in Hialeah. And that's still where they live, and that's where I grew up. So my father worked on the docks. He was a longshoreman. My mom, to say my mother was a housewife is sort of odd because she really sort of like managed like a 3 square block area of East Hialeah. That's really what she did. I mean, in the meantime, she also raised my sisters, but she also did a lot of other things, right? And so I went to the University of Miami. I went to schools, obviously, in Miami. I went to University of Miami. And then I was fortunate enough that for law school, I started at and then I transferred and I went to Yale. And I was just talking to Lisa. Is Lisa still here? Lisa is our receptionist. She's the voice of Greenberg Torrig.
And the face.
Literally.
Yeah.
Literally the voice of Greenberg Torrig. And I was talking to her because she coincidentally met a young woman who I talked to a couple of years ago about going to Yale. And I always tell people that, for me, obviously, it's a wonderful thing to have gone to Yale Law School, right? Of course, professionally, it's incredible. But it completely changed the trajectory of my life, right? When I got to New Haven, I was still living in the room that my parents brought me home from the hospital to, right? I didn't go away for college. I was not allowed to live in the dorms. Of course not. I wasn't even allowed to live like across the street. So, for me, it opened my personal world, right? It just exploded my world in many, many ways. And so, of course, that was an opportunity of a lifetime. Professionally, it clearly put me on a trajectory that was different, I think, than if I had stayed at Miami. Not better, just different. It was definitely a different trajectory. But then personally, it also opened a lot of doors for me. So that's the first 22 years.
So you've spoken a lot in interviews and on panels about the importance of education, just for yourself, but also in general, and how your parents instilled that importance in you. Can you talk a little bit about education?
So, and this is the story of so many immigrant communities, right? So for my father, there's no doubt that if he had stayed in Cuba, he wanted to be a doctor, and I'm sure he would have been, or he would have just run some of my grandfather's businesses, right? Here he scaled fish at the Fontainebleau Hilton and then was a longshoreman, right? Like, and he got quite far because he was the president of the union for a while. So he did incredibly well. But, he went to Miami-Dade Community College the whole time I was in elementary school and high school. He'd take like one class every time he could, right? And he did it because he wanted his English to be better when he was in meetings and things like that. But he obviously had no opportunity for an education. My mother never finished high school because she immigrated during her senior year of high school. So her cousin pretended to be her and went out to the fields to cut sugarcane, which is what you had to do at the beginning of the Communist Revolution. I think people still do it now. So of course she had to do that, right? Or she would have been imprisoned. So her cousin pretended to be her and cut sugarcane for my mother, while my mother went to Havana and ran a census for the Communist Party in the hopes of getting a visa to come here. By the time she got here, she was already 19. And so she was too old to go to high school here. So she never finished high school. My mother would have been a lawyer for sure. For sure. And I always tell people, if my mother had been born in this country, she'd be the CEO of Coca-Cola because she's just one of those women. And I admire my mother for many, many things. She's brilliant, but she's also one of those people that she makes decisions and doesn't look back. And she has no regrets. Good, bad, whatever. She makes a decision. She makes it and she doesn't look back. I'm always second guessing myself and this and that. I waste so much time. My mother wastes no time. Makes her decision and moves on. And so for my mother, especially, she had no education really, right? And not the education she dreamed of. So for her, and certainly for my father and my grandmother and my grandfather, going to college for us, they made us think that that was like graduating from 8th grade, right? Like you had to do that. Like, what do you mean you're not, like going to college was like finishing 8th grade. Like everybody had to go to college. And we were 4 girls, 4 women now, of different abilities and interests, right? And they didn't care. They just did not care. It's like, no, all 4 of you will be college graduates, and all 4 of us are. For them, they saw it, and I think they saw it correctly, as an ability, right, to really change the trajectory of our lives. And so we were just plainly told we had to go to college. And, my grandmother and my mother were both seamstresses. And it was funny because neither one of them allowed my sisters to learn how to sew or to cook. We were never allowed in the kitchen. And my grandmother had the theory that if we learned to sew or we learned to cook, we might like it. That we might like it because she loved it. And they didn't want us to like that. And so we were not allowed to cook and we were not allowed to sew. I today am actually a great cook, but I learned to cook years after my grandmother passed. And once I left Miami is when I learned to cook, which my mother thinks it's hysterical because she didn't teach me how to cook either. So for us, for my family, the issue of education, of course, was transformative, and it was, right? There's no place in the planet where a woman who didn't finish high school can raise a woman who went to Yale and is a federal district court judge. I mean, there's no place then or now where that happens. And so my parents believed in that, even when I didn't believe in it, even when I thought it was just they were being crazy Cubans, right? They believed in it. And I have a sister who's a dentist. My other sister's been a school teacher at the same school for 40 years. And my other sister got a business degree and has had all sorts of jobs in business and is now pretty successful real estate. So we've all worked. We've always worked.
So you're attending Yale, and instead of returning to Miami, you decide or you move into a position at the Department of Justice in Washington, D.C. I guess, how did that go over with your parents? No.
It's interesting because when I left to Yale, that did not go over well. And in fact, my parents were not supportive at all of me leaving. When I got into Yale, they said, that's nice. I don't know how you think you're getting there. I had a full scholarship at the University of Miami, and so my parents were not helping me at that point go to law school. I didn't have any financial aid because I had a full scholarship. And my parents literally just looked at me and they're like, that's great that you got in. And so what? It was like, you're not going. At least we're not helping you go. And I was home one day and I'd already gotten accepted, but obviously was not going to Yale. And the phone rings and I pick it up and it's the dean of students at Yale. Natalia Martin is her name. She's not the dean of students anymore. 5-foot Puerto Rican Cuban. I mean, little thing. Harvard Yale graduate herself. She calls me and she said, oh, I'm the dean of students, whatever, we sent a letter. Did you get it? So obviously before email and logging in and all that. I said, I did get the letter. She goes, well, most people answer us. Most people get into Yale, like respond. And I said, oh, I'm sorry, I haven't responded. I haven't had the heart to decline. And she's like, no. People who get acceptance letters to Yale come, right? Like, no, you're not declining. I said, no, I'm really sorry, I have to decline. I don't have any money to go to Yale. And I don't have any money to go to Yale because my parents aren't giving me any. I don't have any financial aid to transfer because I have a full ride. And mind you, it was August 1st, and you needed to be in New Haven by August 15th. And I said, look, this is my situation. My parents aren't letting me go, and they're not helping me go, so I have no way of getting there. She says to me, well, will they give you $500, do you think? And I said, well, we're not like poor. I mean, we have $500, and I think they'll give it to me. And she's like, if you can get here by the 15th, I'll take care of everything. And she says, and if they don't give you $500, I'll send you a check today. So just let me know. I said, no, I don't think you need to send me $500. I think my parents will fly there. So I tell my parents that, Yale's going to take care of everything. And of course, my father laughed out loud. He's like, yeah, no, they're not. But he says, if it means that much to you, we'll take you to New Haven in 2 weeks. 3 round trip tickets were purchased to go to New Haven. Because I was clearly coming back, right? Because my father's like, because we're not paying for that and she has no money. But if it means that much to you, we'll take you to New Haven. So we walk into the law school, and if you've never been to the law school in New Haven, it's it's kind of what you see in the movies, right? It's like the old Gothic. It's like what you think of when you think you're going to law school. And there's Natalia Martin at the door, and I swear to God, this woman is this big. She's the Spanish, she's talking Spanish, with my parents, brings us into her office, which is about the size of this conference room. It's this regal, gorgeous office. And she has a hot plate where she's making una cafetera cubana. She's making una colada. And the woman starts beating espumita, and I'm like, this is like taking a weird turn. And she tells my father that I will be chaperoned, that he is not to be concerned, that the law school will pay for everything. I will apply for financial aid. Once the financial aid comes in January, February, March, whatever, I'll have to turn that check over to the law school. But in the meantime, I have a dorm room. She's already selected for me. There's a credit card with my name on it to the Yale Co-op, so I can buy food. I can buy anything I want with that. And she will personally chaperone me. And I thought to myself, I have worked really hard to have this little woman chaperoning me in New Haven. But my parents left me and my father was like, te va a cuidar Natalia. I mean, he really just they literally left me there thinking I was going to be chaperoned. Of course, Natalia Martin never chaperoned me. She was so convincing that when my parents left, I checked in with her the first day because I thought there was something where I had to check in. She's like, oh, I never need to see you again. Have a good time. Have a good time. And my parents would come to visit, and then I'd have to run to her office and fill her in on what I was doing because she could care less what I was doing. But she heard me, right? She saw me, right? Because she had been a Cuban girl whose parents did not want her to go away. She knew what she needed to do to get me there. And I talk about this a lot with folks because I tell people, especially now that everybody's so busy and you're trying to find a mentor or whatever, nobody has time to mentor anybody. She took 5 minutes. I mean, she called me from her office and then she made a colada for my parents. I mean, this woman did not go out of her way to do either of those two things, right? It took her no time to do that. It completely changed my life. 5 minutes completely changed my life. So when I wanted to now go to DC, I thought that was not going to go over well, as you might imagine. But it was interesting, as much as I grew during that time period, so did my parents. So when I got the offer at the Justice Department, luckily Janet Reno was the Attorney General. Okay, I was not working for Janet Reno. I mean, I was working for Janet Reno in the sense that all 5,000 people at the Justice Department work for Janet Reno, but I clearly wasn't working for Janet Reno. But my mother knew who Janet Reno was, right? She'd been the former state attorney here for many years, and now she was the first woman attorney general, whatever. And my mother goes, eso con generino. Sí, mami, eso con generino. Because I think if I had said I was going to go work for a firm, they would have been like, hey, no, we know there's firms here because last summer you worked at a firm. Like, my parents aren't like ignorant, right? Like, the firm thing wasn't going to fly. But the Justice Department thing did. And so, to their credit, their attitude was, you're a professional woman. You're going to have to do what's best for your career. And if the best thing for your career is Washington, we'll visit you and you'll be fine. And so they couldn't have been any more supportive. So I grew up a lot at the time that I was at Yale, and so did they.
So after working in DC, you then will transfer, come down to the U.S. Attorney's Office here in South Florida. And what type of work were you doing when you came down to Miami?
So when I was in DC, I did civil work and then I did criminal work. I was a prosecutor, federal prosecutor in DC. It was just time to come home. All my sisters started having kids, and I am a great tia. I wanted to be super tia. And actually I was, because I didn't have a child of my own at the time. It's so wonderful to be an aunt or an uncle when you don't have kids. Once you have kids, it's over. But before, it's really great. So anyway, now a second sister had a baby, and now like coming on the weekends, like I couldn't manage it anymore. I couldn't be super tia in 3 different houses in 2 days. So it was time to come home. There was an opening at the U.S. Attorney's Office, and I was lucky enough to be hired here. Here, I did major narcotics work for a number of years, and so Title III wiretaps, cartels, I mean, the kind of thing you read about in movies, that kind of thing. It's a lot of fun, very exciting, very interesting. Then I became the counsel to the U.S. Attorney. And so I tried a public corruption case during that time and some money laundering cases, but my primary responsibility was to counsel the U.S. Attorney, who is a presidential appointee himself. So I did that, and then it came time to come here to Greenberg Tribal.
So why change from years of public service to private practice?
Look, it's interesting. I left for money, but I didn't stay for money. I tell people that all the time. The reason I left, I'd been a lawyer now for 10 years, and I was trying pretty significant money laundering case at the U.S. Attorney's Office. And I went to use my ATM card at the cafeteria at the courthouse, and my credit card gets skimmed, it gets stolen. So by the time I finish picking the jury and I come back to my office, I now have $0 in my account. And I'm talking to Bank of America, and they're like, are you at a Walmart in Tennessee? I'm like, no, I'm a federal prosecutor in Miami. Trust me, I'm not at Walmart buying tires. And so, it takes a while for them to give you your money back, that kind of thing. But I had no money. I was still paying student loans, my loans from Yale, and I was a government servant. I had no money. I mean, whatever I had in my checking account was my savings. So literally, like, the prosecutor that sat in the office next to me gave me $20 so I could go home. And my mother came from Hialeah to give me $200, until the bank, replenished the $1,000 I had. I mean, I had no money. And I thought to myself, like, I've been a lawyer for 10 years, having a law degree, and like, my safety net is my mother driving from Hialeah and the guy sitting next to me. Like, this is ridiculous. I have to pay these student loans. So I started interviewing. I was very fortunate. I had some very fine offers, including one from Greenberg Traurig. And there are a lot of great reasons why I came to the firm. One, I came in as a partner, which was very nice. I was just talking to my intern who's here. She asked me if I started as an associate. I'm like, no, I was a partner. And that's really nice. Very nice to be a partner here. And when I got to Greenberg, and the reason I picked Greenberg over other firms, there's a lot of reasons, but the one reason I do publicly talk about is, when I met with Hillary Bass, who was the head of litigation at the time, Hillary had like a plan for me. At other firms, they would say, oh, a woman of your education and your skill set, you'll be fine here. But there was like no plan. Like, no, but what am I going to do when I get here? Hillary had all these ideas of what I was going to do when I got here. It ended up that those weren't the things I did, that my career took off in many other different directions. But Greenberg was opening its arms to me with a plan. Like, there was going to be a home for me here, and something for me to do here. And that spoke to my need to have something concrete, right? And so I had my 2-year plan. I'd done the math. In 2 years, I could pay off my student loans and have $15,000 to $20,000 in the bank, which is all I needed. I was going to go back to the U.S. Attorney's Office. That was my 2-year plan. I thought for sure these people, I figured after year 1, they're going to realize I have to be fired. And so it might take them like a year to fire me. So 2 years is good. And the math on the 2 years worked. So it was 2 years. I stayed 15. And I tell people I never stayed, although I left public service because I needed to have a safety net. I never stayed for the money. And I never stayed for the money because what I found here was, first of all, I had great friends here. I mean, I still have friends here, right? Like I had great friends at the firm. Um, the firm also gave me a voice in many ways. You know, when you're a public servant, you can't be doing political things. There's a lot of things you can't do or say, right? Greenberg gave me an enormous platform. This firm is so well positioned around the community, right? I had a voice, right? Which I loved having. And I thought that was really fun and really cool. And the firm was so supportive of that. I was on all sorts of boards and political causes and whatever. Like the more I did, the better, right? The firm loved it. I loved it. And it was great. And then I loved my work here. So I had a great practice here. I was, for the most part, a specialist in Foreign Corrupt Practices Act work. So I traveled all of Latin America. My work was super exciting. It married three things I love: politics, law, and like social sciences, right? Because I tell people, you can't be an FCP lawyer in Mexico and be having a meeting in Mexico and think that you're going to give the same speech to the client in Chile, because it's not the same. It's just not the same. And you have to know that, right? You have to understand culture, and you have to understand, social structures, and you just have to be a little bit of a student of history as well. So I loved that. It was like a practice that I thought was just so perfect for me. And I loved it. And I think I did well. People thought I did well. I didn't get fired. And I loved it. The issue in the meantime, during the course of those 15 years, is that I adopted a little girl. So I had a daughter by myself. And that was great too. And I was able to manage that well at the firm because the firm was very good to me in that respect. But then as she got older, it became difficult to manage. So that was sort of the raw part of it. And then different things were happening in our country that kind of reminded me that I became a lawyer to be a public servant. And sort of then all of that just kind of happened at the same time. But so that's how I ended up being here for 15 years.
So after 25 years of practice, you decide that you want to return to public service, and you apply and are selected to become a federal magistrate. And then last year, in 2024, you are confirmed to the district court bench, and where you currently serve. So what inspired you to be a judge? Are you checking my dates to make sure that I'm right? Okay, good.
No, it's interesting because when I became a magistrate judge first, I still am friends with all the girls I went to elementary school with. Like my kindergarten friends are still my friends. And when I became a magistrate judge, they all separately in conversations with me were like, oh my God, this is your childhood dream. So cool to see you get this. And I didn't remember, it's like, was that my childhood dream? Like I had a moment because I'm like, it must have been because all of you remember me talking about it. And I say to people, there's two big things. I had forgotten that it was my dream for two reasons. One is I loved being a lawyer. So I loved practicing law. I wasn't like practicing law, figuring out how am I going to get to the bench for 15 years. I wasn't plotting to become a judge for 20 years, right? I loved being a lawyer. But I think that the dream was kind of kicked out of me because I never saw anybody that looked like me. I mean, I was a lawyer for a decade before I ever appeared before a Hispanic woman. A decade. I was a trial lawyer for a decade. And so the thought that I would be a judge seemed ridiculous. And in fact, when I left the U.S. Attorney's Office in D.C., a colleague there said to me, oh my God, I hear you're going back to Miami. You're going to be a judge there in no time. And I just looked at him like, this guy is like, what's wrong with him? I looked at him like weird. And I think he noticed that I gave him like a weird look. He's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean you couldn't be a judge here. Of course, you'd be a judge in DC. But I assume that in Miami, it'll be faster for you. And I'm thinking, now he's really crazy if he thinks I'm going to be a federal judge in DC, right? I thought, this guy is insane. But I think I lost that dream somewhere along the line because I just didn't think it was possible. I thought it was like silly for somebody like me to want to be a judge. Because like I said, the first judge I ever appeared before who looked like me was Cecilia Altonaga, who's the first woman chief of our court and the first Cuban American woman to ever be a district court judge. The next Cuban American woman who got nominated in this district was me. It took another 20 years between her and I. So I wasn't so crazy to think it was difficult or that it was a bit of too much of a dream. It ended up the magistrate position. It was just like everything in life, right? It was just great timing. I was ready to return to public service. I feel very strongly that the independence of the judiciary and a strong judiciary is what makes America the country it is. It's what made my entire life possible. And it is what distinguishes us from so many other democracies, is that independence. So I felt very strongly about contributing in that way, and thought that at that point in my career, I could be a good judge. And so I was lucky to be selected. Magistrate judges are selected by district court judges, and then district court judges are appointed by the president. So those are the two different roles I've had on the bench. Oh, we have a time. So cool.
Oh,
I
okay.
thought always been, that
No,
wasn't there before, was it?
It was going down. It was at 9 minutes earlier, so I'm not really sure if we were.
That's cool. That wasn't there before. That wasn't here when I was here.
We got fancy
I
without
know,
you.
I know.
I will let them know that you like the timer, so it is helpful. Can you just so that everyone understands, can you explain the difference in your duties as a magistrate judge versus a district court judge?
Sure. So magistrate judges, we only have 8 here in Miami. They're selected by district court judges. You serve essentially kind of like through the power that's bestowed by the Constitution to the judiciary, but you don't have a presidential nomination. So as a magistrate judge on civil cases, I can only do trials upon agreement of the parties because there's a limitation to the power of a magistrate. And in criminal cases, we set bonds and things like that, but we don't sentence people and we don't have criminal trials. Again, the constitutional authority of a magistrate is different because it's just derived from the district court. It's a creature of Congress. Congress created magistrate positions in the 1970s. District court judges, we're the judges that you read about in the Constitution, right? We're constitutional officers. And so the president appoints you, you're confirmed by the Senate, and I sit for life. So the day-to-day, there are some differences. I mean, our magistrates, especially here, have a lot of authority and do a lot of interesting work. Miami is a great place to be a judge. The district court position is definitely, obviously, it's more prestigious. It does have more power to it. There's no doubt about it. Although I was just talking to my intern about this. If you're somebody that wants to be a district court judge and you don't want to be a magistrate judge, then you're a judge for all the wrong reasons, right? Because both jobs serve the Constitution and serve the community and serve the pursuit of justice. Yes, one has more bells and whistles to it for sure. But fundamentally, you're still, right? You're still contributing. You're still part of the fabric, right, of the third branch. So those are the differences.
When you look at the recent appointments in the Southern District, both at the bankruptcy magistrate and district court levels or courts, we've seen a number of women,
including 2 Greenberg.
That is correct. Another one of our partners in litigation is now a federal magistrate judge, so we're very proud of that. How do you, what do you think the impact of the number of women that have been either appointed or have been confirmed to the federal bench here in South Florida will have?
Well, just looking at how things for me played out, I don't think there's any doubt that the impact of representation, right? If you believe that talent and intellect know no gender, know no race, no sex, right? Or no national origin, and it doesn't, right? I think science pretty much proves that. And if you believe that we want to live in a society where we empower as many people, irrespective of gender, it's important that women see other women, right? Because for me, like I said, that childhood dream was lost. I didn't even think it was available to me because I didn't see it. It's very difficult to be something you cannot see. And so I think having more women on the bench truly empowers younger women, right? To dream, to not let go of the dream. So I think it's very important. The other thing it shows to me, and this is something I hope nobody is offended by, but when you're a woman, and especially if you're a woman of color, if you're Latina, right, you better be used to being twice as good and working twice as hard. That's just life. And I think that's true for women generally as well. When you see the women that are on the bench, I mean, come on. Again, not to say that my male colleagues are not spectacular, but you cannot pick one woman who's on the bench and think, how did she squeeze in? You're not gonna, she must have known somebody. No, like that's just not, it's just not that. So I think what people are seeing are incredibly successful women who are very proud of their work and honored to serve on the bench. So I am happy that the bench looks more like our bar and looks more like our community. And I hope that inspires other great people, men and women, because I mentor men as well as women, right? I hope it creates more opportunities for all sorts of different kinds of people, understanding that what we want are people who are smart, who work hard, and who more than anything else are fundamentally dedicated to the rule of law and to justice and to fairness. And you can be a woman, a man, you can be anything to be that person. But if we want to have as many choices in that group, we want to make sure the door is as open as possible for everybody. So I hope that it will continue to do that in our community.
What surprised you now that you are not in private practice, not, working for the U.S. Attorney's Office? What surprised you being on that side of the bench, both either as when you were the magistrate or now at the district court?
So first of all, I can't tell you how much I work. I miss my Greenberg days. I work much harder as a judge, for sure. And part of it is that, private practice gives you a lot of flexibility, right? There's a lot of things in private practice. Your life is very different. We work really hard on the bench, and it's not very forgiving, right? Like I have a 2:30 plea. I can't sit here and talk to you for that much longer. I got a plea. I got to do it. I can't just continue it. Guy's been sitting in jail, his lawyer's schedule, right? Like there's a lot of things to my time that are difficult right now, and the job is very, very difficult. It's a very isolating job. And that isolation is immediate. Like they put a robe on you and you're isolated. And it only really gets worse with time. So that part, even though people would tell me it was very isolating, I didn't understand why. But I came from a career that was very big in the sense that, I never walked into a room when I was a partner at Greenberg Traurig and walked alone, right? I had associates, paralegals, secretaries. I mean, it was like a team, right? I never did anything on my own. And now I have phenomenal law clerks, I have interns or whatever. But when I sign an order, it doesn't have a footnote that says, and clerk B prepared this, and the judge was really busy. So if it's wrong, give her a minute, right? Like, it's not like that. So everything I do is very public, obviously. It's all my opinions are a matter of public record. And it's very isolating because it's really all on you. And that isolation of understanding that everything is on you is very different than working at a big firm or working at the U.S. Attorney's Office. That isolation is difficult, and it's still difficult because, as you could probably figure out by now, I'm pretty social. And I like to talk and all that kind of stuff. And like, you can't do that as a judge very much. So that part of it that's a daily thing of waking up and saying, today I'm going to do my job with as much dignity and work as I can, and understand that some of that dignity and work is very different than what my personal opinions are about things, or even sometimes my very nature. But that's the oath I took. And that's hard. And I wake up every day and I have to say that to myself every day to make sure I do a good job every day, because I have to do a good job every day. When you make a mistake in private practice, like almost anything can be fixed. I used to tell associates all the time, like, we can fix it. We'll just fix it.
Unless it's jurisdictional.
Unless it's jurisdictional, it can be fixed. If I make a mistake, I can't fix it. I mean, the 11th Circuit might fix it for me. But if I make a mistake sending somebody, if I send in somebody to a year more than somebody else would have, like, that's somebody else's life. So I can't fix it the way I used to be able to fix all sorts of things when I was here. And I'm still getting used to that.
Well, we are at time. I want to thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
coming today.
Thank
and
you.
Speaking with me. It was a pleasure to hear about your journey to.
So I'll tell you that when they told me that Bridget was going to be the moderator, I didn't even look at the questions because I said, like, if Bridget and I can't talk for 20 minutes, I don't know what's happened to the world.
They offered to introduce us. I was like, yeah, no, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm like, don't do that either. So thank you, because I know this is time in your day, and I appreciate you being here, because of course I feel better that it's Bridget asking me questions and not somebody else. So thank you for doing that.
I'm happy
Thank
to
you.
talk
Thank
to
you.
anytime. Thank you all.
So thank you so much for joining us. I want you to know we have hosted our Women's Hemispheric Network at Greenberg for, I think, 10 years. And it always gets hard, right? How do you inspire women to believe that they can achieve anything? So I asked one of the shareholders here, who is one of my favorite, I won't say his name, but one of my favorite human beings in the world, and I trust. And I said, just give me one name this year, just one name. And he said, Judge Jacqueline Becerra. Let me see if you can get her. And he got her. So he was right. Thank you so much for joining us. And thank you for moderating. Thank you. Okay, so let's go to our final, and then you are the only thing that stands between us and lunch, but I know. So this is a great part because this is actually an actual workshop. So, and the workshop is how executive presence drives career success. And I think that's extremely important. Sometimes we're very busy and we're thinking about, that's what it said. Oh, I have it wrong on here. Sorry. Oh, sorry. They did not update it. So how to thrive and lead in times of change. Even more important, actually. Thank you. Thank you. So Priscila, we are going to have you, I think, be in the middle. Or you might be walking around.
I'll be working around for sure. Yeah.
Yes. So
that's the way.
Sorry. Thank you.
I say after so many like powerful women here and before lunch, that's definitely will be like a challenge for me. But I'm pretty sure that I can, and together actually, we can connect all the dots, all the things that people had said already. I think you're good to go actually. We live right now, we all already like inspired by, and you probably know how to thrive and lead in times of change. So just share me a little bit about myself. So I work at SAP. I'm responsible for leadership and talent development. Some of you already came here. It's also from HR in different areas as well. My experience actually is from sales. I've always been sales director, and then talking about career path that we discussed today. Naturally, I moved to the leadership and talent development, which for me it is an amazing opportunity. I love what I do. And one thing that I want to share that wasn't planned actually, and I think all the presentation will change because of time-wise and the things they already covered. I think it was more than almost 2 months ago, Ali, when Ali came to me and said, you know, Priscilla, there's this event, and I think it would be great for you to be there and participate. And at that time, I think right away I said, yes, of course, why not? But then weeks later, I think 1 or 2, I called her and said, okay, that's not going to happen. Because, and exactly, April 16, I was going through a surgery that wasn't expected, that wasn't planned. And I said, that's probably not going to happen. I don't know how much time I have for recovery and everything. And someone mentioned here, and I want to also connect the points, was someone mentioned mammograms, so how we can increase the awareness. And at that time, I went to a doctor, and my sister, she had like a breast cancer. And since then, every time that I go, my doctor, okay, we need to check more frequently, 6 months and everything. And then she said, you know, I found something here, go to a specialist and see what it is, but nothing really to concern about it. And I went to the first time on one specialist, and she said, no, totally fine. There's nothing here. So cool, you're great. So, but then she will, you know, those when doctor is touching your belly, just touching, like something weird here. And I was thinking, probably it's the dinner from yesterday. For the Brazilians, one was feijoada. So like, the entire feijoada is here. Like, I'm feeling kind of embarrassed, like feeling something. But then very quickly, she asked me to do pelvic mammogram, not mammogram, ultrasound. So she said, "Okay, do a pelvic ultrasound. I want to know what it is." And everything went so quickly, so fast. Now they're talking about change. There are a lot of changes in our life that is not under our control. And you're going to be covering this today, professional, personal changes. What happened was very quickly. I did this pelvic ultrasound, and days after, my primary doctor called me like desperate about it and said, "What is going on? What is going on?" I am asking you. So long story short, so they found like a pretty big like cyst in my left ovary. And there's some mass like on the cyst, so that was the concern. And so then from that call to like having the surgery was like weeks. I have like appointments with oncologists and everything. And it was so interesting that between knowing and the surgery and getting all the results, all the markers, whatever blood tests that we do, I remember that, and we will also be covering today, the emotional roller coaster was crazy because some days I was like, okay, what is going on? And other days was, no, it's nothing. The denial was there, like, nothing. I had never felt anything, like, I'm pretty good. So that's nothing. And someone mentioned as well, like the Google. Of course, I went to Dr. Google. Of course, I went to ChatGPT. And every time that I did it, it was like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna die. Something is happening here. And myself and my husband was like crying. He's much more like sensitive than myself. And then what happened was, just to close the story, the surgery was a success. It was nothing, it was benign. They recovered pretty fast. So that's why I'm here today. I'm pretty happy to be here. And I use this personal story just to exemplify a few things about the topic. So moving on, one thing that I always like to do it is share about myself. So who I am and what I do when I'm not at work, because this is truly ourselves. If you want to know more about my work and my professional career, you can go to LinkedIn. You can find all the movements that I have there. But when I'm thinking about superpowers and when we have those changes in our lives, of course, we always go back and it's kind of a reminder for us. So what really matters, right? So how you handle those situations, those changes that we're not predicting. So you're not, for me, it was a shock. I have no symptoms, not anything. So definitely make us think, okay, what really, really matters? And for me, it is definitely family. And I have those first pictures because I love to take pictures. So something that I enjoy to do, it is take pictures, especially of my kids. And another thing that I put like beside it is super skills. And why I did this, because now we at SAP, we are moving to this skill-centric like organization. And we'll talk about today, you're gonna be talking even more in the future about skills. So it's very important for us to do this exercise of self-awareness. Some of you already mentioned today. So self-awareness, it is what I'm really good at. So what I'm do that it is natural for me. And what are some of those skills that I need to develop to be successful in the future? You're going to be also talking about the future here today. So, and actually, it's going to be kind of like a fast trip, I would say, where we go to the past and then we travel to the future. And then we'll be back to the present and try to apply those techniques and tools on how we become a better leaders and a better person in times of change, which it is well, the only thing that we know that it is happening all the time, it is change, right? So, so let's do it. So first thing, who knows where this is coming from? Like probably Houston, we have a problem. Oh yeah, definitely. Who loves this? Who had the opportunity to watch the movie? Right? I don't know how long ago, but probably many of us already watched it, or at least has an idea about what the story is about it, right? Why I decided to put this here, because there is a lot of lessons in this movie that teach us about leading in times of change. And before I go, because I want to share some of them with you, there's any of you that want to share one possible lesson that you can, okay, from the movie, they'll say, okay, definitely there was a good example of leadership, and you can compare or correlate with the business or just leadership from the movie, or some changes they were going through. Anyone? I can give some tips, like to start like a warming up. When they, for example, said this, the astronaut, like a Houston, kind of like we have a problem, was because they have oxygen and there was an explosion. And that changed everything. Everything. So they were going to the moon, and then that explosion happened, and then they have to change. Right? So in the corporate world, that happens all the time. So we have a goal, sometimes I have to change in the middle of the goal, right? So, okay, that's what I want to do in personal as well. So, okay, this is my goal, this is what I want to do, and then something happens in the middle. Another good example, someone mentioned, I think was you, about like cutting investments, or, that happened as well when you can compare, not investment itself, but I think it's easy to compare when they have very limited resources. They have very limited resources, and they have to figure out what to do. And I love that, I can even put here some examples. I love what happened, because few things that happen there when they have to figure out what to do with limited resources. First of all, back to the teamwork, collaboration, and skills as well. We have a lot of very experts all together, with different experiences, different capabilities. They were under pressure. They were trying to create something to clean the air that was like a fundamental for them to survive. And they got together and they did an amazing thing, which was creating something that really worked with very limited resources. And when you're talking about this, and we can use as well an example on the being creative, and when you have this layoffs or investments cut, it is how can we think out of the box? I think she mentioned, okay, think about other ways. And there are ways that some point when you're doing something that looks like we don't have alternatives, it is stop. And thinking about all the things that are already possible, and then shift to impossible things. And this is something that I've learned, and I will share with you, the thinking like a futurist. So how we can shift our mindset. And at the beginning, will look like probably ridiculous. Like, doesn't make sense at all. But then you start like practicing that mindset. And I'm pretty sure we can open your mindset and find feasible solutions as well. And one thing that I like to share here, it is failure is not an option, right? So we can see in the movie that the leadership was pretty calm. And they were, even all the pressure, the things happening, the leadership was there. They have a common purpose, and they were all together, and they were, okay, we are going to be our best, because our focus now is go back to Earth safe, right? So this is a lot that we can learn and apply. So let's move to the future. Now that I went to, I'm like 50, 55 at least years ago to the past, let's move to the future. One thing when you do every day, we go to social media, we TV, whatever, there's so much information, right? Good and bad. So sometimes it is about politics or economic changes, all these layoffs that are happening. There's so much going on that makes us feel so frustrated or overwhelmed. Sometimes I'm just in social media and I leave like a feeling so tired, depressed, I don't know, because the things that we are consuming, the things that we are letting in, right? And there are ways that we can at least try to predict the future, try to be better prepared for those kind of news that is not bringing us anxiety. Am I going to have a job? Am I prepared for the future? Do I have the right skills? Do I be relevant for the future? So there are so many questions that we ask ourselves when you see those kind of things happening. So definitely, this is one thing that I went through 2018 was in Stanford Continuing Studies, then Stanford University. And that was about, it was a training about thinking like a futurist, as I mentioned before, for the Institute of the Future. The Institute of the Future, that's the work, they do research, they help companies and people to exercise you, to be, okay, ahead. In that time, 2018, I remember I was there in person and the researcher was moderating the conversation. And then in some point she was like, okay, those are the things. So a future for us, like from, 10 years from now. So it's not thinking about 20 years, 30 years, it's only 10 years. And she kind of was sharing things that there is like could happen in the future. And one thing that she mentioned at that time was a pandemic. And she detailed exactly what happened months later. And I remember when she was talking about it, she was like, okay, pandemic definitely can happen, virus, so everybody stay home. And then there's the mental health thing, and then we're gonna have games to support people in mental health and everything. I remember being in that meeting, and at the same time that I was listening to her, I was thinking, really? That's never gonna happen. Like globally? No way. Like I have so much to do at home. Like I have to clean my house. And I'm here with this crazy lady talking about like a pandemic that shut down the world. So that was really, and I feel so bad for thinking like that. And she was talking about other things as well that I can, sometimes I also don't want to look back because definitely I know that can happen. So after, was this year actually, thinking about this and the experience that I had like in 2018, I said, you know what, I will go again. I would do the same, like a training again. Now they offer, if you go to the website, and I will, at the end, I will share the link if you want to go, because I definitely recommend. It's not expensive, it's $100, whatever, 200. You join a live session, and she will explain and do this training and how we can thinking like a futurist. But it's very interesting the way that we, okay, so what kind of things that can happen. So here we can see 3 examples. So you can see like a tech company. And even this morning I was in social media and I saw like, I think it was CNN journalist, she was demonstrating deep faking. And she was with an expert in cybersecurity, and they were trying to, okay, I want as a cybersecurity like specialist, I will do my best with all the tools that I have available to check if it is, you know, deepfake or not. And it wasn't. So he was very surprised that all the tools, the most sophisticated ones, couldn't identify that was a deepfake. And it was so scary because even back to Brazil, I was kidnapped once. And I was just thinking, oh my gosh, imagine having this kind of like a deep faking, calling my mom and, you know, pretending that it's me or some kind of something like that. But one thing that he mentioned at the end was, you know what, there's one thing that you have to be prepared and do. That is the only thing that cybersecurity and anything can catch, which it is have this secret password, whatever. So if I talk to you, I know the banana I know that it's you, because the AI was not going to say banana out of nowhere. And then that makes me feel, okay, so we're going back to our core. Everything that you heard today was about, at the end, it was about people. Was about, there's so much going on in the news, so much going on about artificial intelligence, so much things, but by the end of the day, it's all about people. And that's why we I want to provide you some tools and reflection. Going back to the basics, which us, connection, the opportunity to be here, the opportunity to help each other, the opportunity, as you mentioned here many times, coaching, mentoring. So in the middle of this, all like overwhelming AI thing happen, like transformation, we always can have, okay, let's breathe and let's connect with the what is important in people. So here's also demonstrating, again, scientists or even the way that learning is changing as well. Not only in when you think about corporations, but also schools and universities. So, but basically it is, I love this message. The futures thinking is you, thinking about the life you want to lead, the changes you want to make, and the world you want to live in. So what actions can you take today, and what can you start learning more about now? I'm from Learning officially this year, thinking about changes. I just joined recently the learning organization at SIP. Until last year, I was part of the sales organization. I was enabled by a sales headcount. And then it's new. It's something that changed for me as well in my career. And talking about what you can learn. So let's go deeper a little bit on this. So when you see here those numbers, so 23% jobs globally will change by 2027. 22 million jobs are projected to be displaced by 2030. So you see those numbers every time, it is scary, right? So it's always like, oh my gosh, that's changing, it's fast, it's big. But we also have 170 million, which it is a kind of like a net increase in 78 million jobs as well. I think the question that we ask ourselves it is, am I ready? Am I future ready? My skills, how that works, how can I be relevant, you know? And then this report is coming from the World Economic, the Future of Jobs Report 2025. So you can all check. I put the link there as well for you. And what we can see here it is, what are the top 10 fastest growing skills by 2030? So one thing that it is in our control, first of all, it is being aware, doing our own research. There's so many good materials out there. So we have to. Sometimes we feel like okay, in our comfort zone, that we're gonna stay there forever. And don't go much like, okay, what is going on in this world? So we have this report, for example, for me, it is amazing. I definitely recommend you to read the complete report, and there are many others as well. This is the first thing. So the second one, it is, okay, now that I know possible skills that's going to be important, which we discussed here today many times, the problem solving, the curiosity, the leadership, the talent management, analytical, creative thinking, and of course, AI and all those technological ones. Now we know it's there. Pretty recent, January 8th. So it is those that will be growing by 2030. What can you do about it? Right? So this is something that we can go and find ways how we can do better. And as we mentioned, there are many ways that we can do as well. So you see part of the report, they say, drawing on data from over 1,000 companies, the report finds that the skills gap continues to be the most significant barrier to business transformation today, with nearly 40% of the skills required on the job set to change. So those kind of news, we find it is everywhere. So we're always going to find more and more information about how many jobs will be transformed, how many skills. So with 70% of top 20 skills that we can see here. And even the difficulty that from people, from HR, for example, to hire those people. And there are two things, if you can, with the time that we have, that I want to discuss with you. Tools, I would say. They're very similar, but they're different. So one of them, it is the Kübler-Ross change curve, which basically was said, just, and we can research, because of the time you can search about Elizabeth Kubler, when she created and everything, but it's relevant and we can use for business, and has been used a lot for change management specifically. So how we can get people engaged, how we can get people involved to move to the change. But one thing that I believe it is very important here, it is for us to understand each of those stages, let's say. So starting here, you see the arrow here, the vertical, we have the impact in productivity. And then we have the time. The first thing to analyze here, it is all of us here will go through the process when you're thinking about change, any kind of change. Again, can be personal, professional. The only difference it is how quick we move from one stage to the other. Some people, they'll go very fast. And there's denial phase or the shock, but other people, they get stuck there. And sometimes we do get stuck depending on the change they were living. So it's very important to understand step by step in each of them to guide your team as well as a leader. So imagine the following. The first thing, it is shock. So when you have the news, we all get shocked by. So if you're not expecting, we are, oh my gosh. And I can share something which is public. I think a lot of you mentioned here today. It's a news from SAP. Very recently, we announced that we are not having 40% KPI for women in leadership anymore. There's a change on our D&I. The first thing it is, oh my gosh, what's going on? Why? What is happening? And then what happened it is, and you can see it below here, it is, what is the leadership advice when that happens? If you see that something is changed and your team can be in shock, what do you have to do? Communication, information. What SAP did right away, email, calls, ask me anything, open conversations. Very quickly, I went through shocking to, okay, fine, got it. We are changing, I understand the reason, I got it, now we have we just changed it, let's see, but that doesn't mean that we are not supporting. So, okay, fine. I'm part of the Businesswoman Network as well. So it's important for us to understand, and I understand the SAP, we are just going through a transformation, and then we are continue doing the work that we are doing. So this is one thing. And then what happened it is, after the shock, we have the denial, we have the frustration, and the depression, which it is the lowest point, which it is, oh my gosh, really? Is this really happening? Is this something that I really have to do? Like, I have to use this new tool. Do I have to, report to a new manager, whatever is happening? Until we guide this ourselves to experiment. Okay, let's try. Let's give a try. It's okay. There's probably something there. And then you take the decision to keep investing. Finally, this integration where you embrace that change. And then what everybody's looking for became like an ambassador, let's say, for that change. So this is, it is very important to understand how people feel about those changes, each of those stages. And there's another one, which is kind of similar, but as I mentioned, different. It is the head, heart, and hands. So the head, heart, and hands, I think is very simple, but also very powerful. So when you're thinking about change, the first thing that we can think it is, why? What is going on? So once you know that something, probably someone in your team or yourself is asking yourself, okay, what is going on, and why is this happening? Again, the most important thing here, it is information, it is transparency, transparency, it is communication. The second piece, it is heart. So am I motivated? Is this connected with my purpose? Is this connected with my beliefs? So then if it is together, it's much more stronger. And finally, there are the hands, which it is, do I have the skills that I need? So we are going through this right now. So let's, same as an example. hey, yeah, we take all the jobs and everything. So we start like I think, what is going on? Why is this happening? Do I have to reskill? Do I have to do trainings, whatever? So the heart it is, okay, how do I feel motivated by this? Is this connected with me and my beliefs? And is something that, okay, I have the buy-in, something that I want to do. And the skills is in tools, it is the acting. So now that I know, and for company-wise, it is providing the right trainings. It is providing the right mentoring, coaching, peer-to-peer learning, whatever it is needed for people to feel, okay, equipped. So, oof. So now I have what I need to. I have all the tools. We discussed a lot about tools here today. It is true. Tools, networking. Some people mentioned that many times as well. So that will definitely collaborate with the success of any change in our lives. I was using a personal example, like going to the gym, for example. For myself, it is, okay, let's think about like the head that is more analytical. I have to go to the gym because I have to. It's good for my health. It's going to be thinking about longevity. So I went there thinking about all the strategic. I will find the best place and everything. And I did, and I paid. However, when it's not connected with the heart, which is, do I really want to go to the gym? Not really. And remember the other at the stages. So for me, it is okay. Do I have even the skills? If I go, I don't even know how to use the equipment. I'm gonna be lost there, and I have to pay more because then I will need someone to help me. So completely lost. And then because it's not connected, never happened. I'm just paying. I never go. And it is still true. But it's important for self-reflection. Why is this happening? Why am I? It's a kind of out-sabotage as well. So why I'm thinking that I know that is the right thing to do, but I'm not doing. It is a work for a coach. It is a work for, okay, what is missing there? Maybe it is the heart. It is the right a motivation to be there. Maybe it is learning how to use the equipment, and then you'll feel more, okay, now I know what to do when I get there. So this is also things for reflection. And then with a few minutes that we have, if I ask you, any of you, can be personal or professional, do you have any change that you're going through right now or went through recently that you can, for example, resonates with one of the two, the stages or here? You say, this is the change and this is exactly what am I right now, or someone from your team. Any example? That was supposed to be an activity, but for saving our time, anything, professional, personally, here? Or you can, yeah. You can, yeah, and then we have two. We're only two, so we have you and you, yeah. Or Yali.
No, I just wanted to share an experience actually that I had with a manager many years ago. We were going through a very difficult change in the industry that I used to work at the time. My manager was an Irish man, and he saw that the team was having difficulty moving forward. We were just all stuck in, I'm not liking this change. I hate the new, what they're proposing, and I just want to stay doing what I was doing. And what he did was he invited the team, we were about 15 people, to his home for an Irish wake. He had whiskey, we had food. Okay. Yes, and we did an Irish wake saying goodbye to the previous state, to the way we used to do things before, just to make space, and just to make space for the things that were coming, right? And I thought that I always remember he was my best manager and a wonderful leader, because I remember thinking the emotional intelligence of this person to understand, and I think it goes to what you were saying about heart, what you were saying about the curve of change, where his people were at, and what he needed to do with a lot of creativity, because I don't think I've heard anywhere, I don't think in business school probably, you have a case about an Irish wake to say goodbye to the past, right?
True.
So that was just to share.
Exactly. And keeping the communication, connection with people and everything. So I think you have a question or something to share. Okay.
Hello. Yes. Hi, I'm Olivia. I work for Blue Ivy Coaching. It's a college counseling company headquartered here in Miami. And I've been in the labor force not many years. I'm pretty new professionally, but it's been wonderful. And over the last year, I've been working basically trying to expand the market, but I'm the only employee in the company located in the city. So I've been doing it by myself. And recently, thankfully, with great leadership and a lot of hustle, we've been able to expand more, and we recently hired an associate. And so this is the first time that I've ever become a boss at 25 years old, and I'm not really sure how to manage somebody and understand the difference between being a friend, but also being a leader. And so I'm in a few of those stages now. I'm very excited about it, accepting it, definitely. I love her. I think she's amazing. But the process of understanding that I've been doing something by myself for a year and I've only had to really rely on myself, and now I have to teach someone while equally being productive and continuing the work that I'm doing is something that's very new to me. And so being surrounded by all of you who I've seen are extremely successful and very motivated, disciplined women and men, and just going through the different stages, I can tell now that the accepting and growing have to kind of happen simultaneously and in conjunction with the growth of the company and the growth of individuals.
For sure.
So
Thank you for sharing. And you mentioned something very important, Livia, that happened with me, and I think it's still happening with a lot of people, which it is, we are promoting people to leadership positions without really having the right training or enablement to preparation to be there. I'm leading a program, Ale, it's also there for future leaders, we call. It is not only for aspiring leaders, but also for leaders to get together and talk about leadership skills. So how we can start talking about this more frequently, and it is part of the Businesswoman Network as well that we run at SAP, which it is talking about leadership skills. It's extremely important. And we don't have like I would say a graduation formally about leadership, right? And it is even now more important about talent management and everything. So what we have, and remember when I was promoted was because I was a top performer. Like, okay, you're top performer, congratulations. Now you're a new manager. And I had no clue what I was doing about people itself, trying to understand where they were. I've never ever thought about it. I was not even doing for myself. So imagine like trying to identify where my team was at the time, or probably having no empathy. I remember that time I was like, why that person is not excited about it? Because changes also brings opportunities. Why the person is not embracing that? Because I was zero, empathy. It was like, okay, weird person, so zero, knowledge about talent management and building high performing teams, which is extremely important. Well, change can be challenging for all of us, of course, personally or professionally, for sure. And as individuals, we each experience change differently. That's exactly what I'm saying. And sometimes you don't, why we are not excited, or something, or so scary about something. So, so navigating a mix of thoughts, emotion, actions, but change also brings the potential for growth and new opportunities. This is for sure. And when you go thinking about turning change into opportunities, that's exactly what we discussed the entire day today, which it is embrace change as a driver of growth. So definitely it's opportunity for learning, development, engaging. I just said that, empathy. So it is engaging. Empathy is extremely important because by the end of the day, we're talking about humans. We are focused on the human side. And then leadership of the future. So we have to be adaptive, again, human-centered for sure. and with purpose driven. So, and one thing that I believe is one of the most important ones, it's exactly what we're doing here as well, which it is empowering others to grow. So how we can help each other. I don't know many of you, so why not we cannot connect and say, okay, this is something that I worked for me. This is something that I can help. We can mentor each other. I'm also part of a member of the L500, the Latinas, and it is a platform as well for us to connect, for us to, empower and women's as well. So one thing that I will not play, but I would definitely recommend you to, if possible, to watch it is learning from senior executives as well. So here's the Delta CEO. And he was talking about leadership, going through challenges. They went through a lot of challenges with pandemic and everything. But one thing that he mentioned it is he teaches for all his new managers. So even for one like Olivia that is like a new manager, let's say, it is listening. We mentioned this as well. So listening. How many times we are having a conversation and we already like thinking about, okay, that's going to be my answer. That's going to be my next question. That's going to be the solution that I'm going to provide. I was talking to her just only going through a coaching certification that I really learned how to listen, which it is, okay, I'm here. All the levels of listening, which it is without any judgment, without any bias, without anything, just listening. Okay, what's going on? Asking, paying attention to people for sure. Of course, learning, growing, and moving with the speed. What didn't change? We're talking about a lot of change. There are things that never change, which it is the core human needs. That will never change. We're still looking for security. We're still looking for inclusion and belonging. We're still looking for, okay, I want to be part of this. I want to participate of this change or this team or this whatever is going on. Taking control when I need it and have the competence. So have all the skills or the, knowledge that I need. So being a place that I can see there justice. It is a fair place to be. Here we can put everything, can be inclusion, equality, everything. I have the freedom. And freedom is interesting because freedom, it is psychological safety that we mentioned here. Can I try new things? Maybe something will go wrong, we mentioned. Is that okay? Do I have this freedom? Do I have this safe space? And also personal fulfillment, which regarding our values and things that we believe. And one thing for me is very connected with my beliefs. It is the SAP mission and strategy, which it is helping the world run better and improving people's lives, which is exactly what I do. Some people ask me, I'm improving people's lives. That's my job. So that didn't change. So all those change, SAP changed, everything is changed. That didn't change, it stays the same. So it's very important. And this is a fun fact. So going back to the beginning, remember the Apollo 13 that you mentioned? I was researching about that's new for me. I don't know how many of you knew about this. I was researching like, let me see what it is about the movie and everything. And it's about women. It's about a very powerful women. She was somehow part of the Apollo 13. She was a NASA engineering when in the day, exactly the day that she was getting birth to her child, she was finishing her work. Because for her, it was very important. And it was so important that helped for all the Apollo 13 come back like safe to Earth. And by the end of the day, she's the mother of Jack Black. I was like, come on. Never heard about it. So I think it is a good way to close with powerful women that you can see here and all of you here. And remember how we can embrace all those changes. World is changed, but we can definitely find what is really important, what really matters. And going back to this human centricity definitely would be chances to be successful much higher. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Priscilla. Thank you. And SAP as well. SAP has been an amazing partner of ours for, again, also 15 years. I really want to thank so many of you who have spent your entire morning with us. I think one thing that was a theme going the entire day is it's about the human connection, right? It's about the human connection. And we love this program. We thank you for coming. And we hope to see you again next year, hopefully in the same beautiful office. Thank you, everyone. I do have one more thing. So talk about people, right? So I did mention earlier today that I think one of the things I'm most grateful for is my team. They are amazing. And today happens to be a special day because our two associates, Natalia and Andres, it is their birthday. They sit next to each other. They're a boy and a girl, but they were born on the same day. So I say they are long lost twins.